чи не вийде дівчинонька, рано вранці поводу Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Вийшла дівчинонька, рано вранці воду брать, за нею козаченько веде коня наповать. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Розпрягайте, хлопці, коні, дай лягайте спочивать, дай я вийду сад зелений, сад дівчинку такий. Раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у щах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Хто води всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар. Байрактар. Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1045 of the news. And it's good to see you all once again. And today we have very big news that Russia's taken some very major losses on the battlefield today. Also, South Korea suspended the arrest warrant against President Yoon, and also U.S. military bases are on high alert amidst terror attacks potentially. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear today that Ukrainian forces have dealt a significant blow to Russian Federation armed forces in the major battle of Pokrovsk, as we have been able to hear that Russian forces have been pushed back from their last reported location on this channel at Pokrovsk towards to the town of Novoselivka Persha, showing that a Russian counterattack has failed in this area, and Ukrainian forces have now been able to attack on their own and push the Russians back approximately 1.5 miles in this very significant battlefield. At this moment, we are seeing that Russian Federation armed forces are taking significant losses at Novoselivka Persha, and while they may be able to hold the position, they have lost a vital amount of ground right in front of the major battlefield objective of the city of Pokrovsk. Meanwhile, outside the area of the Pokrovsk battlefield, we have been able to see a large amount of documentation and video evidence showing the heavy battles waging around the areas of the northern region of Donetsk, as well as some larger activities that have also been occurring inside the Kursk Oblast as well, as Ukrainian and Russian forces, including North Koreans inside of Kursk, continue to battle it out in the final months leading up to the change of leadership in the United States and the possible change of the course of the war. Either a actual peace negotiation will begin, or the war will heat up even farther than it has in the past. Meanwhile, the Russian economy is going into absolute freefall, as we have been able to see that some Russian bloggers today are beginning to note the rapid increase of prices throughout multiple shopping centers in the Russian Federation as inflation now grips the economy and the ruble is spiraling out of control. Meanwhile,
Oh no, you're telling me that Tucky G's like infamous low price groceries are starting to go through the roof? Like, you got to be kidding me.
man, I'm telling you, it's crazy, man, because up until recently, the Russians could say, look, we don't have anything, but at least the groceries, oh, damn, they're not cheap anymore, because they're like as expensive as they are in America, but we will be getting to that a little bit later tonight. We also have been able to hear that in a shocking turn of events, the arrest warrant against Yoon Suk Yeol, the former president of the Republic of Korea, has been suspended at this moment, and it does not appear that the government, at least for now, is going to be attempting to execute an arrest warrant on the former president of the Republic of Korea. Meanwhile, information has been amalgamated and published about the information of the ongoing tensions in between China and Taiwan inside the Taiwan Strait, and we have been able to see that the amount of Chinese low-level coercion efforts has massively increased from 2023 to 2024, and as we now move on into the new year of 2025, one can only assume that more efforts of low-level coercion will be conducted by the Chinese against the Taiwanese. Outside of this news in East Asia, We were also able to hear inside the Middle East that U.S. forces continue to increase their presence inside of Syria, as we were able to see a U.S. convoy moving on their way towards the town of Kobani directly along the Turkish-Syrian border to set up an outpost in the area that was abandoned by the Russian Federation several weeks ago. However, the Russian Federation appears to still be trying to have a last dying breath of an attempt of control over West Africa, as we are now beginning to hear that a large amount of the Syrian Russian forces that have been operating inside of Syria and really more so trying to hold down a jumping point for the Russians in Africa are now moving into Libya, and it appears that they'll be trying to create Libya into a Russian Syria of a sort, where they will be able to continue to exert influence and control over certain areas of West Africa and continue to fund illicit operations of the Russian Federation's government. Still,
That's wild. You would think they'd have moved the equipment back to Ukraine to like use it back there since they need some help, but I guess maybe they got their equipment stuck there. I guess perhaps maybe they couldn't get it back all in one piece, so maybe they just figured, let's just move it down to Libya and sort of get control there.
I wonder what that does mean. I wonder what that's going to result from, too. But we'll get into that in the analysis later tonight, because we have an absolutely insane amount of news to cover. A real lot of news, long-lasting news. And also, I do have to quickly tell y'all that I'm already trying to battle the cough right now. I'm just going to weather through it, hell or high water tonight. I don't know when it's going to go away. I know many people are probably asking, well, have been asking, actually, about the cough. Sadly, I have a good bit of cough medicine in me, but it doesn't really do that much, to be entirely honest. Anyways, moving on from that and into Ukraine, we were able to see the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to make significant gains today in holding the Russians back and even pushing them back in a counterattack near to the battlefield of Pokrovsk, as we have been able to see Russian Federation armed forces taking some significant losses in this area and being pushed back. We were able to see drone operations of the 109th Territorial Defense Force of the Ukrainian armed forces conducting actions against some Russian positions further down south of Novoselivka Persha and close to Seladove, a major choke point on the battlefield that both sides are attempting to control. We can see here the 109th targeting a Russian Orlan here in the drone footage, as the Russians are continuing to try and gather more surveillance and reconnaissance to be able to get a little bit more information about Ukrainian force positions and likely or more successful routes of advance on this battlefield. Well, you see them running into the Orlan right there and knocking it out. A very good hit, and once again making sure to add that little extra dagger into the Russian reconnaissance ability, at least within this area of the front. However, we were also able to see that the 59th Brigade was firing on Russian forces in Novoselivka Persha. This is right outside of Pokrovsk, and I want to make sure to show you all this again, because it is something that is pretty crazy to see. Now, we have been following the front line as best as we possibly can, and one thing that is very interesting is that the Battle of Pokrovsk is more so of an extension of the Battle of Avdiivka, and the way that the front line formed was a very unique way. The Russian Federation found during the Battle of Avdiivka that advancing through the open fields under Ukrainian fire outside of Avdiivka and directly west towards Novoselivka Persha was entirely fruitless and would result in incredibly high losses. Russian Federation Armed Forces Command within this area decided that the most likely or safest route of advance that also ended up proving to be the most successful was to advance up the railway berm, which we can see right here. It is a double-tracked main line that travels from Avdiivka and further on into Donetsk and is shouldered on both sides by a very significant tree cover. This was what the Russians knew would help them to advance, and they advanced directly up the railroad berm into the town of Ochrytine and quite literally around Novoselivka Persha and into the town of Blahodatne. This is really where the Russian advance really started to stop on the railroad berm, and we saw that they were not able to make any more major advances from this point forward using the railroad berm, and so then they spread out. Russian forces were then able to advance down towards to the area of Seladove, and the front line existed pretty much on a direct line from Pokrovsk to Blahodatne, and then down into the suburbs of Mikhailivka right outside of the eastern end of Seladove. And the front line has existed like this throughout the majority of last year. However, at the beginning of this year, we have now been able to see video and picture evidence that was appropriately geolocated just outside of the fields west of Novoselivka Persha. This means that the Russian Federation, as of today, from video and picture evidence that we've been able to confirm, has been pushed back at least 2 miles from their original holdings just 48 hours ago at Pokrovsk and Blahodane and back towards Novoselivka Persha, meaning that they've lost a major defensive element on this battlefield, the tree-lined railway berm, which at least gave them somewhat of a defensible position, and now they are fighting on the open plains, or more so from the village of Novoselivka Persha itself. We were able to see tanks continuing to fire onto the town of Novoselivka Persha here in this clip from the Ukrainian 59th Brigade, and we can see this right here. These fields are quite literally just to the west of Novoselivka Persha, and this is showing that the Ukrainian forces have been able to advance in some sort of a counterattack earlier yesterday and are now starting to threaten the Russian rear line, at least within the northern flank of the Battle of Pokrovsk.
Looks like they're moving forward pretty quick, too. That's literally plowing through an open field at that.
It is pretty wild, and another thing that we are starting to notice here, at least in this clip, is that it doesn't appear, as usual, the Russians have a large amount of anti-tank guided missile weaponry or anti-tank weaponry at all. We were seeing in this clip, which is only 40 seconds long, mind you, so it doesn't really give us a perfect idea of the kind of Russian weapons that are available on this battlefield, but once again, the tank is in the wide open. It doesn't really appear to be shooting and scooting, which is telling us that apparently the Ukrainian commanders in this area have notified their tank commanders that there is really no major threat of any kind of anti-tank fire, and so for this reason, this tank is really allowed to operate however it wants, wherever it wants on the battlefield, without any major threat of losing the vehicle or losing crew members. And this is once again showing us that the Russian Federation is running into a fairly historical problem that they've had throughout the war, where they have lacked the proper amount of anti-tank weaponry to be able to actually pose a significant threat to Ukrainian tanks. While Russian tanks at every single phase of the war, and we still believe that this is the case now, have outnumbered Ukrainian tanks 2 or 3 to 1, the Russians have never been able to field these numbers appropriately due to a lack of training, a lack of logistical ability, and also due to the fact that Ukrainian FPV drones are extremely deadly to Russian tankers. The opposite cannot be said for the Russians. The Ukrainians have largely been able to field the majority of the tanks that they had at the beginning of the war, and a lot of the tanks that they've been provided by Western powers throughout the remainder of it. That includes, like we were seeing right there, one of their own T-72s that they've had from the beginning of the war. The Russians do not really have any kind of large anti-tank abilities or FPV drone abilities to be able to counter Ukrainian tanks, and so this means that while Ukraine has a far smaller number of main battle tanks, they are able to field them more effectively and have a much higher efficiency, largely leveling the playing field in between the both sides. This is a very big thing, and this is probably why we saw that the Russians were pushed back towards the area of Novoselivka Persha. So we're actually going to be adjusting our front line on air to account for that pushback, and we're going to most likely be estimating that the front line looks something like this right now. But with that, we are going to be moving on into our next clip, where we were also able to see that the Russians seem to be trying to barricade the areas around Novoselivka Persha, and we can see our best attempt that the Russians have made at a road blockade to stop armored vehicles from advancing down the street. I have to say that I've seen garbage piles that have looked a little bit better put together than this. There is a frame of a table, 2 doors for maybe a greenhouse, and then some mesh chairs, it seems, that have been thrown out on the road along with 1 pot, and this is what the Russian army is calling a blockade right now at Novoselivka Persha.
Oh no, it's a blockade. They brought out the residential doors, the paint buckets, and everything. I guess they're out of dragon's teeth, I guess. They're not able to make those. So let's just drag out all the rubble. You know, if a tank drove over this, it would literally just flatten it in like in 2 seconds. It wouldn't be even a match at all.
Dude, I don't even think this would stop a Cybertruck. I think a Cybertruck could drive through this without even getting damaged. And a lot of y'all know that Cybertrucks, you know, they don't really have a great rugged reliability kind of a record, you know, reference the Whistling Diesel video. But beyond that, I don't think this blockade is going to be doing much anything for anyone. I don't even think this is a blockade. We could just call this debris. I mean, you could literally drive over this with anything like a Toyota Hilux, and it would just get pushed aside. So this is certainly not a blockade, but this is also showing us again in additional information that hasty defenses are being made at Novoselivka Persha, which is showing us that there had to have been a Ukrainian counteroffensive breakthrough today in that area. Otherwise, ad hoc little barricades, even like this crappy one, wouldn't be attempted to be made because there would be no reason for it, and it will only be blocking roads that the Russians are using to get up to the active front. So this is showing us that this is an area that has now become an active front, and the Ukrainians have been able to push the Russians back today, at least a significant amount within this one area of the northern flank of the Pokrovsk battlefield. Meanwhile, we also got to see that the Ukrainians spent some time using a Baba Yaga drone to plant a Ukrainian flag on a taller antenna around the area of the Pokrovsk battlefield, and here's the clip. And we can see the drone coming in right here. You can see it right there with the Ukrainian flag waving below it.
The Baba Yaga Bliat.
Oh, Baba Yaga Bliat. We see the drone carefully bringing on down the Ukrainian flag, and any second now it's about to plant it just so.
I like how the Ukrainians have that priority straight. Bring in the Baba Yaga, not to drop the tank mine. Bring it in to put down the Ukrainian flag. Because what else is worse than a tank mine being dropped is the Ukrainian flag showing up in a Russian area where they're at. That's really demoralizing to them.
Man, you know how the Russians and the Ukrainians treat their flags? They treat it like that scene from the HBO miniseries Chernobyl, where that one guy went climbing up the furnace stack for the reactor to go put the flag of the Soviet Union up there. Both sides treat their flags like that, man. They try and put them everywhere they can.
Yeah, and they're not getting this one down. Like, the Russians would have to, like, scale that whole pole to go get it, and they're not doing that.
Man, they aren't. And anyways, I don't even think the Russians are around in this area right now to be able to get it back, because I think that flag was planted in one of the recaptured areas near Pokrovsk today. But this is still a significant front change that we're seeing at the moment, and also has a lot to say about Russian positions and Russian fighting ability at this point in the war. Pokrovsk and Kursk are really the most heavily fought over areas of the front line right now, and really in any part of the active front, whether it be inside of Russia or Ukraine. With this in mind, seeing that the Russian Federation has lost pretty much their major defensive holdings within the northern flank, it is showing us that their defensive positions are weakened in this area and may be collapsing either due to a myriad of issues or a singular issue that has caused a complete failure. We're not exactly sure yet. Frontline analysis is a little bit difficult at the moment because, to be entirely honest with you all, this collapse came in the middle of status quo. So we were seeing that neither side's front lines were changing a lot. We were seeing that the Russians were continuing their offensives as normal, and then the front just collapsed in the Ukrainian counterattack. So we're not really sure if this is just showing that the Russian lines have just gotten that brittle, just due to the amount of combat exposure that they've had, or whether this is showing that a whole bunch of stuff is falling apart behind the lines, and it finally culminated today, and now we're going to be getting more and more information about how the Russian front imploded at Pokrovsk and how they were able to lose this ground. I do want to also make this a little bit clear as well, however, is that this is not going to be the beginning of a major Ukrainian blitz that's going to see Donetsk liberated. Generally, there isn't going to be any major front changes. This is the biggest one that we've seen in months, mind you, on either side, and it's pretty significant for that reason. But once again, the change is minimal. It's not really that massive of a change, and I want to put that out there because I don't want people to think that, you know, next stop Moscow or something along those lines. We are still going to be seeing that this war is fought in a different metric than a lot of people originally believed that it was going to be fought in. At the beginning of the war, everyone thought that this war would be fought over the actual fields of Ukraine, and one side or the other would take the other's land. Either the Ukrainians would push the Russians out and take their land back, or the Russians would push deeper into Ukraine and take the Ukrainian land from the Ukrainian citizenry and the Ukrainian government. That's just not how the war will progress from this point. And while this frontline advance is big and significant, we are still seeing that this is mostly a war of attrition in the background, to where both sides are trying to economically implode the other. And if we're talking about that race, the Russians are going to lose. The Russians don't have any major economic backers. The Chinese do buy their goods, but that is not enough, as we've seen, to hold the Russian economy economy up. The Ukrainians have massive economic backers, including the majority of the European Union, the United States, and mostly NATO countries as well, that have not only provided military support, but have also provided economic support as well. So as far as the actual attritional conflict goes, the available reserve capital that could be dedicated to either side, the Ukrainians actually are on the winning end, at least for this time, on the economic playing ground. And that probably will never change, to be entirely honest. I was going to say it may change. It honestly never will change, because even if the Chinese join the Russian side, the Chinese come nowhere close to the amount of economic capacity and ability that the EU, really NATO, has combined. So with that, we're going to be moving on out of the Pokrovsk front for just a short moment and down to Kurakhove, which some people kind of consider a part of the Pokrovsk battlefield. I generally consider it a part of the Velika Novoselivka battlefield. That generally is what it seems to be, at least for now. But we were able to see a Russian tank advancing near Kurakhove today, and it was an interesting video because of this.
Oh, look at that. It's like an upgraded version of the barn tank or something. Or is that just like a normal cope cage? What is that?
I don't think it matters anymore. It just literally dives. Yeah, it literally dives straight into a crater and now it's stuck. That's why I was quiet for a second. I was like, it's not about to matter in a second what it is, because they got it stuck literally right out the side of the lake near Kurakhove.
Well, how stupid. How did they not see that?
I don't know, because you would think that the driver, let's see here. Let's take a look. The driver had to have noticed that there was a giant crater there, or the commander or someone. But they just drove, see, you can even see him, hesitate before he drove into it. See? He puts on the brakes for a second and then guns it into it, and then just straight down into the crater.
How goofy. So stupid. Look at the turret, too, literally resting on the bank. That is so dumb. Is that somebody's arm flailing out the side of it right there?
Let's see.
Look, somebody's flailing their arm out of there.
I can't tell. I think that might actually be someone's arm.
Man, that is so goofy. Do you think they were intending on getting the thing stuck? Was that their way to be, run off the battlefield or something?
I don't think so. I think they were actually trying to drive somewhere around Kurakhove, and the commander just said, drive forward. Then the driver's like, I don't get paid to ask too much about this. I'm just driving it. And he just drove it straight into a crater and got it stuck. Maybe they thought that the crater was passable, they could maybe make it through it, but that was a massive overestimate. Look at that. I mean, they literally just dive right into it.
Trying to drive through the Three Gorges Dam. Oh, we'll make it. It's just a little gap right here. It's literally throw the whole front end into the second bank. That was stupid.
Man, some Looney Tunes business right here. And of course, it's a typical thing for the Russians. That will now probably be counted, crazily enough, as a combat loss, because the Russians will not be able to recover the vehicle. Generally, we have seen that the Russians' vehicle recovery abilities have marginally increased over last year. We have actually seen that they have been able to recover some of their vehicles off the battlefield, but for the large part, around 60 to 65% of Russian main battle tanks, or really Russian vehicles in general, that end up getting into a pretty much a fix on the field, much like this tank, they generally end up being abandoned. So this one probably will be abandoned on this road because they have no real combat recovery abilities, and so this technically is counted as a combat loss. It's a perfectly functional tank, and that's the craziest thing about how the Russians lose vehicles. This tank is still functional, and it will be for months. After a couple of months, though, a lot of the rubber seals and things inside the engine will start to rot, and so it pretty much will be unusable. Beyond that point, you generally have to rebuild it to make it a running condition tank again. But beyond that, for a couple of months here, this thing is going to be entirely usable, but due to Russian ineptitude, statistically, it probably will never be recovered and will be counted as a loss from this point forward. Very nice to see that the Russians can do that to their own $3.5 million tanks. But speaking of a loss that is not something that is abstract and we have to kind of estimate, Moscow has been taking a significant hit lately, and not in the form of a Ukrainian attack, and not in the form of the normal ruble to US dollar equation. And let's go look at that really quickly, too. Let's see here. Let me do it the other way around. US dollar to ruble. It's just not good, the bled. It's still up there.
Oh, man. It looks like they got a small reprieve. I think it went from 113 down to 110, but still, that's horrific.
Yeah, that's still the highest it's ever been outside of the massive spike at the very start of the war. I mean, look at that. that it doesn't even come close to any other time in Russian history. It's record numbers of inflation right now. And while that has still been a big hit, one thing that has not really been put out there a lot is the big thing that Tucky G said Russia was good for. So many people remember that the Russian Federation is good, according to Tucker Carlson, because the groceries are cheap. And that's, forget everything else. Forget that they don't have a functioning democracy. Forget that they have a dictator and that they assassinate political dissidents and do all kinds of crazy stuff in their country to ensure that the oligarchs remain in charge and to screw over the rest of the country and putting themselves into an insane war that they can't win against a country that nobody even really knew even had a military at the start of the war. Forget all of that. At least the groceries are cheap. You see, that's all that matters in the world. Does not matter if your country just sucks in every regard. If the groceries are cheap, it's a great country. That's according to Tucker Carlson. But it now appears that the Russian bloggers are starting to wander around and do price checks, and the prices are skyrocketing. They're skyrocketing just about to American price points at this point. And everyone does have to remember, and I also want to put this out there as well, your average Russian is not as financially blessed as an American. And let me go to the US GDP per capita. Let me go get that really quickly. So this is the U.S. GDP per capita. It's 81,695 U.S. dollars a year. I'm not sure if that's before or after taxes. I'm assuming that's after taxes. But still, it's a very significant amount. It's actually the largest in the world. Now let's go look at the Russia GDP per capita. 13,000.
Oh man, that's much lower right there. So the groceries better be cheap or nobody's going to eat.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't make anything in Russia, so if the groceries weren't cheap, you're literally not buying a damn thing. And let's see here. You know what? Do we have a price index in Russia? Let's see here. Well, let's see. Can we go to the Big Mac index?
The Big Mac index, that's the way to judge it. Let's see what the Big Macs is at.
So let's see here. We need to find it for Russia, although you can't even buy a Big Mac in Russia for the last few years. But let's see. Big Mac in Russia will cost you $1.74. And that's according to FBS.com on June 10th of 2024. So
wait a second. Wait, it says $1 cost over 70 rubles. This was on June the 10th of last year. So that means it went from 70 rubles up until now. What's that, like 8 months later or something like that? It's at 113 rubles.
Yeah,
that's
so it's
crazy. That's bad devaluation.
It's horrendous. And so now let's go to the U.S. So let's see here. How much is it? I think this infographic will just tell us pretty easy. So, I don't think this is from this year because a Big Mac is sure as hell more than $5.04 these days. It's more like, honestly, I think it's like $8 or something like that around here at least. So, let me see. Let's see here. How much is it?
I think you're thinking about the Big Mac meal, by the way. I think the meal is like $7.50 or $8, but the sandwich itself, like the Big Mac sandwich, is like $5 and something cents.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that because that's probably where the issue was coming up here. But beyond that, the Big Mac inside the United States is $5.58. So, with this in mind, now knowing the price of the Big Mac inside the United States, let us do some math on the calculator so that way I don't get it wrong because I'm bad at math. And let's figure out how many Big Macs a year an American could buy, making an American amount of money at the American cost of a Big Mac versus how many Big Macs could a Russian buy, making their Russian income off of the Russian price of a Big Mac. So the United States, an average citizen in the United States, according to the stats, is making $81,695. We're going to just get rid of the cents and just go with the larger numbers. So we're going to divide that by the price of a Big Mac in the United States, which is $5.58. And that means that your average U.S. citizen can buy 14,641 Big Macs a year with the amount of money that they make after taxes, GDP per capita numbers. So let's go to the Russian price, $1.74. So let's keep this in mind, 14,641. Keep that in mind, everyone. Matthew, can you make a note of that somewhere?
Yes, I just wrote it down.
Okay, so now that we have that number, we're going to go to the Russian GDP per capita, which is 13,817. We're just going to get rid of the cents there, and then we're going to divide that by 1.74. So a Russian making an average Russian wage, buying an average priced Big Mac inside the Russian Federation can only buy 7,940, well, actually 7,941 Big Macs per year. So if we were to say economically, spending power wise, the Russians actually have a lot less spending power even inside of their own economy. They are not.
It's actually almost an even 50% less spending power, actually, according to the two numbers we just got.
That it's wild when you think about that. It's absolutely crazy. And also, someone said that's GDP, not salary. GDP per capita is a pretty decent way of kind of guesstimating what an average citizen in the country will make. So we're not going to go into trying to get into the hair splitting of how much does someone make in Moscow versus Novosibirsk. This is just supposed to be a national average. It's not supposed to be nitpicking it to each and individual person, Ivan, Igor, Bliat, man, and everyone else in between. But beyond that, they have pretty much half of the spending power of an American, making this amount of money, mind you, inside of Russia. So while it looks like, just working off the Big Mac index here, that the groceries are cheaper, and the Big Mac is way cheaper in Russia, still, off of an average wage of a Russian, they are nowhere close to having the spending power of an average American. Just to put it out there how prosperous the United States is, and also how tough life already was for Russians before the war. So now let's watch this guy, as I have a horrific voice crack there, and I'm also trying to battle a cough that I've been hiding for like a whole paragraph now. Let's see how much the prices have skyrocketed just in the past 2 months, according to this Russian blogger. So here we go.
Hot report.
So he is measuring the price of butter. And also, that is a very small carton of butter right there.
Yeah, it's literally, what, one stick of butter or something?
Dude, it's like a half stick or something. It's like maybe 2 half sticks, maybe.
Yeah, that's barely anything. And also, I thought butter was having a really, really hard time even staying in supply in Russia. That was one thing they were running out of.
I thought that was too, but maybe they're just getting it imported from countries that have a large amount of dairy around them, like Kazakhstan. I think Kazakhstan has a pretty decent dairy industry, and they may just be importing it from there now. But here is how much it cost: $3.30 for that little bit of butter.
Damn, like you got to be careful with butter in Russia. You can't use too much.
Man, I mean, that is a lot. And also someone said that is a normal amount of butter. That is not.
No.
In the United States, usually you buy them in packs of 4. You usually never see them in packs of 2. So this is actually about half the butter that an average American would get at pretty much, I would say, as much or more than a pack of butter costs here. And also, I know how many packs are how many sticks of butter are in a pack, because we get butter a good bit from the store, and I never see 2 packs. I always just see 4 packs. So this is half the butter at almost the same price, or maybe even more.
365 рублей. Недельку назад 200 рублей стоит.
And a week ago, it only cost $1.80.
Dang, like is this the only product he picks up though? Is the butter?
I'm not really sure.
65 рублей. 160 грамм, 160 грамм. Я думал, что это прикол. Село зеленое. Смотрим.
So he looks at more butter.
42.
This guy's got an obsession with butter.
Это что происходит? Это с учетом неделя 200 рублей стоило. Это подорожание сколько? 80 сколько процентов? Хотя до этого еще за пару недель подорожало это масло. А 2 месяца назад оно стоило 161
Now,
рубль.
I will say this, Enforcer. The butter specifically was having a supply issue, and that's why that would skyrocket over 80% like that. I'm sure their other groceries are skyrocketing as well, but the butter specifically, the exact item he picked up, would go extremely high because of the supply issue.
Maybe so. That may be a reason why the prices are skyrocketing, but still, that is a massive increase to go from $1.50 2 months ago to $3.30 2 months later. That's more than 100% increase in cost in just 1 month. So while they may have had issues with that across the course of the war, this is kind of the status quo point, because they've been having issues with butter supply, I believe, from the first year of the war, if I'm remembering correctly, because I remember watching videos of people fighting over butter, and I believe sugar and flour in the stores way back then, and still, the price is skyrocketing just over these past few months. So it looks as though the Russian economy is doing fairly rough. Also, really quickly, I'm seeing some people saying, no, 2 sticks of butter is normal. Maybe for y'all in Europe, and that's why y'all have those lean, trim figures, but here in the United States of America, America, we produce a special breed of person. I'm one of those people. We call them hosses. So we got to have like 4 sticks of butter in a single pack because, look, we got to keep those obesity numbers up. We want to keep the first world problems American problems, all right? So we have 4 sticks of butter. Maybe I'll have 2, but in America, it's just simply supersized. We have an additional 2 in each pack. It's usually 4. So with that, I hope that at least puts that out there for some of our European viewers who may be confused at the awesome amount of butter that an average American gets inside of an American store. But still, us hosses have got to hoss it, and you got to have enough butter to do it. So moving on from that, also, by the way, some of y'all are also probably wondering, because many Europeans also ask many questions of us here in America, like, what in the hell is a mile, or what is a foot? And don't ask what is a foot to Harvey Weinstein. He'll give a completely different answer than the actual answer.
No.
But beyond that, though, many people have been asking, what in the world is miles per gallon? Because over in Europe, y'all use kilometers per liter, which is a very interesting different kind of measurement. Here in America, instead of measuring a physical output in calories, we measure it in sticks of butter per hour. And usually, the average American working a normal physical job exudes about 1 stick of butter per hour of effort. So I just hope that clarifies things for our European viewers, because, of course, in America, we're hossing it up. But moving on out of that, and please put a USA in the chat if you were proud of being of an American hoss, or as one viewer called it years ago, an Amerifatty. Put it down in the comments below.
Fatty. I'll put a USA in there for that. Look at that. I'll put 2 USAs in there for that.
Now, I'm going to put a USA in there for that as well, man. Because it's great to know that we're hossing it up around here. Amerifatties together forever. And so with that, we are now going to be moving on into the rest of the news that we got from the Ukrainian front lines today. Because we were able to see inside of the Kursk Oblast that there was some interesting anti-drone activity being conducted by the Ukrainians in this area, specifically by the 82nd Air Assault. And we were able to see a Zala drone getting wiped out here.
It's a Zala Zala Zing, Zala Zala Boom, and there it goes. Look at that. Bam.
Man, look at that.
We even got a pet eagle up there in the top right, keeping everybody company while this thing goes in and strikes it.
Man, that thing kind of looks like the LSA Eagle, honestly.
Yeah, it kind of does.
But man, what an impressive clip right there, and great to see that they were able to knock out a couple of drones. We were also able to see them slamming some more Russian drones in this clip as well. Once again, the 82nd Air Brigade taking out even more Zalas. Zala Zala Zing, Zala Zala Bing.
The Ukrainians are very good at taking out Zalas. I'm very proud of them for that.
And I got to say, they really do give them that whole Zala Zing, Zala Bing kind of a deal. And also, we got to see the 41st Brigade, the 41st Motorized Rifle Brigade, blowing up some Russian equipment and Russian positions in Kursk as well. We believe that this was near Bolshoi Soldatskoy. And we see the drone here, lining up on that KAMAZ, and oh, taking it on out.
Down with KAMAZ. Oh, man.
Man. I'm telling you, it's a battle. But we can see them continuing to hit and knock out more Russian vehicles. A toasty fire. Man, and they...
Oh, dear.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, Jerry, don't look.
Oh, and that's the end of the clip right there, but very nice to see. You know what, folks? I got to go look at this because now someone wanted to tell me I'm wrong, and we sell butter in 2-stick packs here in the United States. Let me go look at that. Butter for sale.
Yeah, well, we might sell them in 2-stick packs, but that'd be kind of like uncommon because it's not the one that most people grab.
Let's see here. Well, I am seeing that they do sell half sticks, but it still looks like it's in a pack of 4. So they sell 4 half sticks, which turns into 2 full sticks. But it also seems that there is an insanely large amount. I just want to show this here to y'all. Of 4 packs. There's a 4-pack. Here's another 4-pack. Here's a 4-pack. This is a 2-pack. This also appears to be a 2-pack as well. Here's another 4-pack. Another 4-pack. An entire
I think
pound
basically
of
it's all Yeah, it's the 4 sticks are, I think, always a pound. I think the pound is the normal like size of butter that you can buy. But yeah, look, at great value, you can get like 3.96. Land O'Lakes got it for $5. Like you don't see them priced like the Russians.
Yeah, and you also have to consider that this is twice the amount of butter. I mean, this is twice the butter, twice the hoss, and you're getting it for like the same price. So it is showing us
How much is that? I can't believe it's not butter stuff. Is that like extremely expensive compared to that or something?
That's a good question. Let me take
Oh, I
this.
can't believe it's not butter. I don't even know what the name of that is, but it's some type of like stuff that's like a butter substitute that's really nasty. I've never actually liked it. Is it?
My
I don't know if it's
God.
margarine or what.
Dude, this is a 5-pound bucket of buttery spread crap for $45.
Oh my God, that's nasty. Also, that seems more costly than the normal butter. Actually, that's a lot more expensive.
Yeah, it's like, yes, I would like to eat my petroleum-based butter bullshit for
Ugh.
$45, please. It's like, no, I'm good. It's like, I'd rather have real butter. Kerrygold's pretty good, by the way, if y'all haven't had it before. Not like sponsored by them or anything. It's just that it is good butter. What is this? This is margarine as well. $217 for a 480-ounce case.
It comes in a bag, like in a cardboard box. What in the? If you're ever getting your butter or your margarine or whatever the hell this is out of a cardboard box, I don't know about that. I would have to pass.
You may want to seek help from a physician and maybe a diet plan if you get butter out of a cardboard box. I'm not even butter; it's just margarine. So you might want to seek some help if this is what you're buying. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think we can even like hide that much. Please go get help. But moving on from that, we were able to see some Russian prisoners that have been captured in the Kursk Oblast recently.
Look at that. I love those icebreaker activities they have you do when you do those like clapping hands things and be like, my name is so and so. Who is your name? It's like they're doing that here. It's nice corporate stuff. They're learning the corporate ways of the West.
Man, and this guy over here, he stood up, he said, my name is Vadim. I used to work as a margarine factory worker. We would sell 5-pound boxes of it on Amazon, bleed. And then we went, huh, that sounds kind of familiar. But anyways, moving on from that clip and those guys just hanging out and having some icebreakers, it's time for us to move on and into a little bit more news outside of this, because there was a lot more that has happened in Ukraine today. Do not be mistaken. There's a lot, actually, and we will be getting to it here in a little bit. But I do want to make sure to also get to some of the hotter topics that are going on in other areas of the world, like the Middle East and East Asia, because we were able to hear major news. We were actually live on air on an emergency stream to cover the developments of this yesterday, and still, something massive came out of it today that was a shock to both Matthew and me. But also, really quickly, I want to make sure to circle back on the Ukraine topic before we move on into East Asia and the Middle East for a moment before we return back to Ukraine, because U.S. officials did say, man, Putin has actually considered using nuclear weapons over prior months, and a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts on this and what they're thinking about it. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so just to catch everybody up just a little bit here, we did hear from U.S. officials today that they confirmed that they actually have intel proving that Putin at least considered actually using nuclear weapons over the prior months, and it wasn't all saber-rattling. He was actually giving us some thought and getting some proposals drawn up to actually do a nuclear strike. So what are your thoughts about that? 31% said it's a very strong threat of nukes and we should take it very serious, while 30% said he might think about it, but that's going to be about it, and 30% said that the U.S. government bought into the Russian propaganda. And I would say I'm actually with the 30% that said he might think about it. I have no doubt in my mind that Putin would want to launch a nuke because, of course, that would bring a pretty quick end to things really rapidly, at least on the Ukraine side of things. But at the same time, that would only be opening a can of worms as to what the West is going to do to Russia in response to doing that. So while he might think about it, I don't think he's going to take that stuff, at least until it gets extremely bad or, you know, it gets pushed into an extreme corner or something like that. He probably wouldn't do it. So it is a threat, but nothing to go too crazy about. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it is probably a threat. There's always a threat of nuclear weapons usage, even in the middle of nothing going on. But I would say that it's probably not too serious. I would say that it's probably a mix of all three. It's a maybe an actual legitimate threat, but I generally more so say that he was maybe considering it, or we're starting to feed into the propaganda. One or the other. That's what I would generally be thinking right now, because it just seems to me that it's something that would not ever really be seriously considered. And if he was considering nuclear weapons usage, on what and who? He's certainly not going to be considering it on NATO. We're not even actively in a conventional war yet with the Russian Federation. So I would say, I would say that it probably is not that serious of a concern. It's still probably a growing chance, but we're talking about in the marginals of percentages. Maybe like it's a 3% chance or a 2% chance instead of a 1% chance. So it's not like it just went from being highly unlikely to now it will happen tomorrow. It's most likely that it's still highly unlikely. It just has a little bit more of a chance of happening, maybe, although it's still a bit of a marginal risk. So with that, we are going to be moving on from that question and on over into this is going to be a tough one to deal with tonight, into East Asia, where we were able to hear that the arrest attempt on Yoon Suk Yeol was suspended. And just to quickly read what we have here. I'm going to be honest with y'all, I think we're going to have to start cutting the news a little bit short tonight because this is only going to get worse. The arrest attempt on Yoon was suspended. South Korea's Corruption Investigation Office stated to CNN that they had suspended President Yoon's arrest warrant because President Yoon had some armed military service members inside the compound protecting him from arrest. And currently, pro-Yoon and anti-Yoon rallies have continued outside of the compound at this moment. It seems as though the governmental situation inside of South Korea is highly unstable and pretty fragile at the moment, as it still appears that there are some people who continue to pledge loyalty to the former president of the Republic of Korea, Yoon Suk Yeol, who has been impeached by the National Assembly legally and is no longer the president of the Republic of Korea. Nevertheless, they are not actually able to arrest him at this time, showing that he is actively above the law, and we don't really know what this is going to be resulting in South Korea governmentally for the future. The damage might be a little bit more significant than one would believe. Government systems generally are fragile, and such actions like these can start to heavily erode public trust and even governmental trust in how the actual system is supposed to work, and this could start to see that the democracy that South Korea has had for about the past 45 years begins to become incredibly fragile and starts to crack. Hopefully that is not the case, because if that is the case, we may see that South Korea may start to revert back to its natural form, which was something more akin to a dictatorship during the 1950s to the late 1970s, but hopefully they will be able to manage the situation and maintain the democratic form of governments that they have had inside of the Republic of Korea since the early 1980s. Sorry everyone, I'm trying to battle the cough the entire time I'm talking. But beyond that, South Korea has suspended its attempt to arrest President Yoon, and will the authorities try again soon? And Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so the weird roller coaster of events happening in South Korea is pretty much unpredictable at this point, but what do you think? Will the authorities try again soon when it comes to the arrest warrant? So 67% said yes, they will try to arrest Yoon once again in the relative future, while 19% were unsure, and 10% said they should probably just let it go, and only 5% said they will give it up for good. And I think they probably are going to try to arrest him once again. They're probably not going to let it go. And I really honestly think they should probably try to do it again, because they already issued the warrant. If they had doubts that they could arrest him, they should have never issued it in the first place. So to back off of it now, that makes it look like some people are above the law. And that's not a good precedent to set inside of democracies. So I would say they're probably going to go for it again. Now, whether or not they actually are able to arrest him and take him into custody, I really doubt that's ever going to really happen, but they could keep trying, at least to make it appear like they are not just giving up right off the bat. So I'm with the 67%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'm with the 67% as well. They are going to have to try again eventually, because allowing a precedent that a president inside of South Korea can do whatever they want and then not be arrested and held responsible by the National Assembly, which they have a constitutional right to do, is showing that there is a major detachment from the actual constitution of the Republic of Korea and what actually happens in real life. So with this in mind, I have a feeling that the National Assembly is going to try again. Whether it will be successful or not is another question. But they have to try again, simply for the fact if they do not, it may start to set a very bad precedent going forward on what different governmental entities can do. And this would start to really lead the country more towards a dictatorial line of governance. Because if the National Assembly does not act assertively and aggressively at this point against President Yoon Suk Yeol, even if Yoon Suk Yeol is no longer a threat to the Republic of Korea's government, future presidents will see that the National Assembly is weak and that they could simply suspend or shut down the National Assembly or do whatever they want outside the confines of the National Assembly, and there really wouldn't be a lot that the National Assembly could do in response, meaning that the Republic of Korea is led entirely by the president, not the president and the National Assembly, and once again reverting it back into largely a dictatorship like it originally was at the beginning of the nation's history back in the 1950s. So with that, I hope that addresses that fairly well. And also, Matthew, I was looking around here at Seoul as I was talking, and I was like, what is this? A sewage treatment plant.
A sewage treatment plant around Seoul, you say?
Yeah, it's like in the middle of Seoul. This is a international domestic airport in the middle of Seoul, because I was looking at that and I was like, is this an airport or not? Because they have a larger international airport out here, and I believe this is probably their major international airport, but they also had a smaller one in here, and I was like, it's like, what's up with this? And let's see, the Presidential Security Service is here, right by this airport. We can even see that they have a little aircraft in there. There's like no taxiway for it to get onto the runway, though. Do you see that, Matthew?
Yeah, it's like it's stuck there or something. It's like that hedgerow. Is that a reflection, or is that actually a hedgerow behind the plane?
That's a hedgerow.
That's weird. How did they get it out of there? It's like stuck there now.
Yeah, I don't think they get it out of there. Honestly, I was looking at that. I was like, I don't think they get it out of there. What does the place look like around here? Oh, we can go down there and look.
That's a somewhat nasty-looking river, whatever this is right here. Kind of really nasty-looking.
Man, really giving me Squid Game vibes. I don't have any idea why. Maybe y'all know. But let's see here. Interesting. What does it look like near the actual populated side of the airport?
That's the Gimpo International Airport.
That's
not too bad looking. Just kind of like a big metropolis, like pretty much anywhere else.
I'm not going to lie. It kind of looks like any other American city.
Yeah, it pretty much does. Just the same thing, except for the tunnel or whatever this is right there. That was a little bit interesting.
That was a little interesting, but we have a couple of those in Birmingham. It's just that no one drives through them because you usually get shot. But still, someone said, enforcers located in D.C.? No. We're not located in Washington, D.C. We are located in Birmingham, Alabama. So if you're sending out the hitmen, make sure to not send them to Washington, D.C. There's enough of them around there already. Send them down to Birmingham, Alabama, because this is where all of us hosses live. This is the capital of the hosses here in the United States. But anyways, with that, I hope that answers your question well, just in case you're wondering where in the world are the enforcers at. We're in Birmingham. We are nowhere near Washington, D.C. Maybe someday we will be, though. Who knows? Maybe we'll be visiting a capital near you. You never know. But moving on from that, now that news inside the Republic of Korea, we were able to hear that down near the Republic of China, there has been a record amount of activity in the Strait as of 2024. This is a very interesting infographic, and this is one that I was hoping would eventually be put out by someone, and it appears that it was published by Ian Ellis on Twitter, and we're very happy to see that. We can see that they have measured the exact amount of incursions throughout the course of the year, both in 2023 and 2024, that the Chinese had conducted with ships, aircraft, and also other kinds of objects towards the Republic of China, otherwise called Taiwan by most people. And we can see that it is pretty much a 80% increase over 2023, the amount of low-level coercion efforts and objects that were involved by the People's Republic of China to try and strong-arm the island of Taiwan into agreeing to the one government, two systems model that the Chinese have been trying to push onto the island for decades at this point. It was an insanely high amount of activity that was seen inside the Strait of Taiwan this last year, with 5,110 PLA aircraft being detected throughout the entire course of the year. 3,069 of them entered the Air Defense Identification Zone, which is this area around Taiwan highlighted in the red dotted line on the map, and 2,501 ships of the People's Liberation Army, Navy, and the Coast Guard were tracked by the Taiwanese, which is a 32% increase from the numbers in 2023. Overall, everything is showing that the People's Liberation Army, by the orders of the People's Republic of China, is beginning to increase the amount of coercive efforts that they're trying to conduct against the island of Taiwan, and this may be showing that they're getting far more prepared, at least like heading towards the end of the 2020s, to be able to conduct armed hostile action to reunify, in their minds, the island of Taiwan to the mainland of China. It is something that we'll, of course, be paying attention to and will probably become a major issue in the years that follow, because the People's Republic of China has made it very clear that they want to reunify Taiwan before 2049, and specifically sometime in the 2030s at the bare minimum. So with that, we're going to
be... It really seems like they're like going beyond the fact of simply trying to scare the Taiwanese at this point. It looks like they're moving into basically practicing for the real thing, in my opinion. And like we've heard in the past, the generals have been saying that the invasion could take place in the upcoming years. It's not going to take place tomorrow because, of course, there are some things that China has to probably wrap up before they can do that. Once again, they are watching how the Ukraine war is going and how the West is responding to that. So they're going to watch that to the end probably, or at least getting closer to the end, probably before they launch their invasion, in my opinion. But, you know, some people are saying maybe they're trying to scare Taiwan into compliance. I think maybe at first that was a decent argument, but now I would say, based on the number growing so rapidly, it looks to me probably more like actual preparations, and it's probably coming sometime years down the road.
Maybe so. Some people are asking, well, when did they expect the invasion window to be? Jeez. The invasion window is expected to be sometime after 2028, because according to current estimates from U.S. intelligence, we believe that the People's Liberation Army Navy would be able to support a large enough landing force organically by 2028. So that means that, at least as far as their force abilities permit, the earliest that they would be able to conduct an actual amphibious landing on the island of Taiwan that would be large enough to be successful, that would be somewhere towards the later end of this decade, or during the beginning of the next decade, the early 2030s. That most likely is the time that the Chinese are eyeballing, because any time before that, they would mostly have to really lean heavily on just bombing the Taiwanese into submission, which really might not work. They would have to be able to bomb the Taiwanese into being disoriented and stunned, and then launch a successful amphibious landing to be able to seize a aggressive enough offensive action to actually be able to get Taiwan integrated into their country. Otherwise, it just generally would not work. So we think that this would most likely happen towards the later end of the 2020s or the early 2030s. But with that, I hope that gives a little bit of a summary on what's going on in East Asia this time, going on in South Korea and Taiwan. And with that, man, that cough just won't go away. We are going to be moving on into the Middle East because we have a great bit of news here. But we're going to be getting some questions in the meantime. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so moving on to our first Super Chat question of the night. This one goes to Bobo Vasquez, who's a longtime channel legend, of course, and puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Bobo, for that support once again. And that's the biggest one of the night, actually, one of the biggest. And Bobo said, this is for my boys at the LSA, Enforcer Matt, and LSA Forever.
Hey, and thank you so much for the massive support, Bobo Vasquez. And thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not have been able to make this thing possible for so long, for 1,045 days, as a matter of fact. And I got to say, thank you so much once again for really enjoying this channel and really wanting to support it and help it to keep on running, because you make it possible for us to say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die for 1,045 days, and hopefully another 1,045 more. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to VLKOLAK. And thank you very much for that $50 support, by the way. I do not see a comment attached to it. And also, I don't really know how to pronounce your name. I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I literally spelled it out like a kindergartner, is I don't know how to say it. So thank you very much for that support, VLK. And also throwing in the super sticker right there with the heart on it. And we appreciate that very much. And of course, just like we said to Bobo, you help to keep us running as well. So thank you very much. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support, VLK, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible. And while you didn't throw in a comment, that support is helping us to say a lot on air and continue to cover the news of what's going on around the world. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I can. And sorry everyone for the short answers tonight. It's just that the cough is getting worse, and I took like I took a good amount of cough medicine before the stream, and I think just talking for the past few days on air and also off air, because it's felt fine to talk, it's starting to actually wear down my vocal cords or really my lungs or something enough that no matter whether I'm having cough medicine or not, it's not really helping anymore. So I think we might actually have to take another break off air again for another day to try and recoup or something maybe tomorrow, because this is starting to get to where I'm just starting to cough all day nonstop again, and now I'm kind of just leaning on the cough medicine to just make the cough manageable again. So with that, thank you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the Middle East and back into Ukraine.
Also, by the way, I read this. I was like, are you kidding me? Someone said the inventor of Hall's cough drops died last night.
Are you for
And there
real?
will be no coffin at the funeral.
Like, really?
You don't get the joke?
Oh, get the hell out of here. Like,
Come on, man. Come on, man. You had to get the joke. There will be no coffin at the funeral, but not a coffin as in like a death coffin, just like a coffin, like hacking like that. But no, that was actually a pretty good joke, Star Chasers. I like that one. When I first read it, I was like, you're kidding. Like, that's very odd and coincidental that the inventor of Halls died last night. Apparently, he's good and living, by the way. Apparently, I actually don't know. I'm assuming that, but I assume he's living. But good joke. I like that one. But Enforcer, what do you think about that joke? What do you think?
That was a pretty good one. I would laugh, but laughing makes me cough. So pretty good one, and I got to thank you for throwing that in. But with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're getting right back into the news.
All right, so this one is going to go to Danny B, who's, of course, a channel legend as well, and throws in a very generous $40 donation. And thank you very much, Danny, once again, for helping to keep us running as well. Danny is, once again, a huge supporter of the channel, and we appreciate it very much. And Danny said, good evening, Enforcers, and Chef Danny here. With the attacks happening in the U.S., one guy said they are checking a specific post or a specific podcast. They didn't say much about it, but what's your thoughts and LSA?
Well, thank you so much for the support, Danny B. And I think, Matthew, this is talking about the email that came out today, if I'm correct.
I would assume so, yeah.
So the best thing that I have right now to say on that, Danny B, is that there really isn't much that I can comment on. We were going to cover that as a news story tonight, but then it started to get so jumbled and confused. We were like, there isn't really a clear story coming out here, so we're just going to completely skip over it until there's clear details, and even then we might not cover it because it's more of a domestic issue now than it was anything else. But apparently, from what I've heard, to just summarize like all of the hearsay, not saying it's news, but just the stuff that's been coming out, some guy with a podcast got sent an email apparently by the guy who actually blew up the Cybertruck in Las Vegas, and it had a whole bunch of stuff in it about some form of weaponry that the Chinese were using in New England, explaining the drones, and saying that the United States had the exact same technology or something along those lines, and that he was being tracked and surveilled and hunted down by the FBI or the CIA or some other form of an intelligence group. And then he said that the drones were being operated out of Area 51. Now, there are a whole bunch of things that I want to say here really quickly. One, there is a possibility that this guy could have been mental. Just because someone sends an email, if we were to take everything at face value, then, there are lizard people, but, just because someone writes something, doesn't mean it's true. So we don't really know if any of that information is true or not. One thing I will say, though, is that it seems highly unlikely to me that if the United States had any kind of advanced drone technology like that, that it would be operated out of Area 51. Because that's like the catch-all be-all for conspiracy theories. And one thing that conspiracy theorists, like really, really deeply embedded ones, and I'll just say this, these people are crazy, do not know, because they're just, I don't know, crazy and ignorant, is that there are a load of secure facilities that conduct classified operations throughout the entirety of the United States. Area 51 is not the be-all catch-all. There are loads of them. I mean, hell, even just in Huntsville, Alabama, the Redstone Arsenal conducts a great myriad of classified operations within the confines of the arsenal. The Picatinny Arsenal up in northern New Jersey does the same. And the largest restricted facility in the entirety of the United States isn't even in Nevada. It's actually outside of Colorado Springs in Colorado at Schriever Space Force Base. So when we look at it like that, there's a load of places that if we had some kind of a drone like that, it could be operated. But Area 51, just generally sounds outlandish, because Area 51 is where everyone always says everything goes on, and the U.S. doesn't just have one base that just does every secret thing on the planet. There are loads of secret things that go on all over the place. I mean, hell, if you wanted to say that drones were being operated from somewhere by the United States, why wouldn't they be operated from Pine Gap? Like, I feel like that would be one of the best places in the world to be able to operate them, because for one, it's in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of Australia, and it's not really like a lot of people are going to be going, oh yeah, let's go drive by Pine Gap and go harass the U.S. personnel there. It's literally in the middle of nothing in Australia. So that's why I would say it doesn't really make a lot of, like, that side of the thing doesn't really make a lot of sense, because it's kind of what schizophrenic people do, you know, like they say, like they're the CEO of Amazon or something like that. And that's why when I started to hear the additional details, I was like, I don't know if we want to report on this, because we want solid news to be able to report on. And there's a lot of things there that seem to be maybe not adding up. Also, another thing is that his, I believe he had a girlfriend, a week before he blew up, that broke up with him. And we don't know why she broke up with him yet, but there is a plausible idea that he may have been going crazy, or he may have started to go mentally off the rails, maybe snapping, and that's why his girlfriend broke up with him. I don't think we have any clear information on that yet. He was married twice before, as well, from what we know with the information that's come out about the person, but still, I think it's just a little too early to call all this stuff. And also, I see some people saying some other stuff. Let's see. Someone said, the Green Beret community are agreeing with this dude. Where's the Green Beret community? Do they just meet in the local VA or something like that? Like, who in the world?
They chat with each other on the internet.
Oh man, like, I don't know, like that. Also, by the way, why in the world would the Green Berets, which is a special forces infantry unit for the large part, be concerned with drone operations? That sounds more so like it would be, especially with these drones, that would more so be the responsibility of the Air Force, or maybe even the Space Force. Probably not even Space Force, just the Air Force. So why in the world would they know about the drones? And they'd be like, yep, that checks out. That's like, for example, them knowing about waterborne operations that the Navy SEALs would conduct. It's like that's not really within their wheelhouse to really know a lot about. So
I think what caught the public's attention on this one is because the email, and once again, like, we can't totally discount the email. We can't corroborate anything in it, obviously. There's nothing in there that we can say, okay, that's definitely true or that's definitely false. We can't do that. But the email, at least what was said at a press conference, appears to be probably legitimate. It seems to have come from the guy who did the cyber incident there in Las Vegas, but nobody knows if anything in it is true. There have been some people that claim they know the guy, that say they can vouch for his credibility, that are in the military, but that's just about it. And pretty much everything in there, I was just looking through it once again. He said he was an active duty 18 Zulu, and I don't know the exact designation for that, so I couldn't tell you. I think is that intel? I'm pretty sure, I think. Do we know that, Enforcer? What is an 18 Zulu?
let's see here. Special Forces Operations Sergeant, and according to the let's see, DoD, supervises, instructs, and serves as a senior enlisted member for Special Forces activities, trains and maintains proficiency in all major duties associated with Special Forces, performs administrative, operational, and training duties during task organizations of the ODA and mission preparation and during operations, performs joint interagency, multinational, combined, and coalition planning, and supervises operations for higher headquarters, major commands, and joint commands, performs senior leadership, staff, and training functions within Special Forces, performs duties associated with SQI-8, D, M, and P. So there you go.
So he appears just to be like some type of special forces and maybe instructor or something like that. I guess that's the best I can get out of that. But the weird thing is he was an EA, which is a pretty high-ranking enlisted soldier, and he appeared to be vouched for by several people. So that's why it caught everybody's attention. But once again, I think there were some reports out there saying that he had maybe been treated for PTSD. And as far as my knowledge goes, PTSD doesn't make you into a compulsive liar. So, you know, the PTSD may or may not be connected to him having a mental breakdown. but it looked like in his email he was also mentioning something about war crimes that he might have been either witnessing or perhaps even involved in, and he wanted to clear his conscience of that by putting that in the email. And then he added the stuff about these secret Chinese weapons off the East Coast, and allegedly he had knowledge of something like that. And he said he had active duty access and all kinds of top secret clearances and things like that. That really cannot be confirmed, by the way. We haven't gotten confirmation of that, but that's why it caught people's attention, because he is high ranking.
It is an interesting thing. I just don't really know what to make of it at this point. But also, I do want to say that here's one thing I just want to put out there. A lot of people don't trust the U.S. government off of the bat. So I don't know why some people are also wanting to believe like everything this guy said may be true, because there is a possibility that he may have been a schizophrenic that was undiagnosed or something along those lines, and he was just saying stuff. That there's a possibility of that. Not that I'm saying I'm believing one or the other. I'm not believing everything he said, but I'm also not discrediting everything he said either. But at the same time, I feel like it's a very early call to make to just say, oh, let's believe everything the guy said, or let's not believe everything the guy said, because we hardly know anything about his personal life or any personal details about him, at least from recently when he went and did this, to know what kind of a mental state he was in before he went and committed this act outside the hotel in Las Vegas. That would generally be something that I would say, kind of like, hold the jury for the large part on this, and not really give a clear and definitive answer. That's why we really didn't cover it tonight at all, because it's just, it's a little bit odd. It's the one thing that really threw it up to me as being odd is the whole Area 51 thing. Because out of anywhere in the country that you could have run drones from, Area 51 is kind of like the last place. Because generally, from what we know, at least from the publicized history from all time since Area 51 existed, Area 51 largely is a testing base for new aircraft that the United States military or other agencies are trying to produce, like the SR-71 or the F-117 Nighthawk, or any other kinds of systems like that. It generally doesn't revolve around or U-2 spy dragons. It doesn't. Well, U-2 spy planes, or U-2 dragons, I believe.
Spy dragons.
Yeah, spy dragon. I believe like the moniker is a dragon or something like that, but it's just the U-2 spy plane. But beyond that, it generally has been used for testing and fielding aircraft like that. Drones, however, could be launched from another secure facility elsewhere inside the United States. There's loads of secure facilities like that you could operate this out of. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense that the Area 51 would be the place. Because also, by the way, everyone knows Area 51, and Area 51 is not really where a lot of stuff goes. Oh, well, a lot of stuff goes down. Like, for example, when we got the T-90Ms from Ukraine that the Russians had lost on the battlefield, they didn't go to Area 51. They went to Redstone Arsenal here in Alabama. The Army's drone development program doesn't happen at Area 51. It happens at Picatinny Arsenal up here in northern New Jersey. And these are just some of the more public programs that we know about that happen at these facilities, but not everything happens at Area 51. And that's why when I heard Area 51, I was like, like, to me, that sounds like it might be a schizophrenic thing, because the chances of, out of all the bases in the United States, out of all of the arsenals and testing facilities that we have, that it would happen at Area 51, the chances are generally slim. That's just what I would initially think, because there are so many other things that are developed in this country outside of Area 51.
The only thing that did catch my attention, though, is he said in his email, which this part did sound a little bit wild, which immediately made me think maybe this is not true whatsoever. He claimed he was under federal surveillance of sorts, and he was being surveilled by the FBI or the NSA or some Homeland Security department or something like that. The authorities have showed videos appearing to show him driving across his entire route from wherever he came from in Colorado all the way out to Las Vegas. And I don't know if they got the videos from the Cybertruck itself, which is kind of weird, because I didn't think they were supposed to be able to get videos out of the vehicle, because that would seem to be private, but it looks like they might have gotten those anyway. And they also have videos of him driving there that are outside the Cybertruck. So it's like, how did they obtain videos like that unless they were surveilling him at some point? And they won't actually answer the question as to how they got those videos.
Also, they did get him from the Cybertruck, by the way, because let's see, don't we have a couple of those on Twitter? Since we're talking about it, we might as well just rabbit hole on it a little bit. But don't
we have the one video about the Cybertruck videos? It should be like maybe, I think, 6 or 7 posts down.
Let's see here.
Or maybe more than that. It might be more like 15 posts down or something.
Here we go. No, here it is. See, this is from the Cybertruck, because if you notice here, this camera is attached to the truck. He's opening the door right there. So this footage that we're getting here, this was from Las Vegas, Nevada, by the way, and we're assuming it was right before the day of the explosion. It appears that Tesla has just handed over all of the footage that's ever been recorded on the Cybertruck to the federal law enforcement agencies. Which I also have to say really quickly that while that's great, I guess, in this one scenario, that raises a lot of questions about privacy with Tesla vehicles, considering that they have a large amount of cameras inside of them and outside of them, about how much information can just easily be transmitted wherever without having to. Well, we don't even know if they requested a warrant or got a warrant to get this camera footage or not, or even more so, what the process was for getting this. Because from what we know, Elon just sent over, according to his own statement, all of the telemetry and information in the Cybertruck to law enforcement immediately without even law enforcement requesting getting a warrant from any kind of a judge anywhere to request the data. He just gave it over. So we don't, I would say, just on a constitutional side of things, a pretty big question about privacy should be brought up about Tesla, because, and that's also one other thing I'd like to bring up that's interesting. Isn't it kind of, I'm not getting political here, I just want to point out a bit of a contradiction, but isn't it interesting how Musk talks a lot about privacy and freedom of speech, but as soon as something happens, privacy goes out the window and all of the footage is sent straight to federal law enforcement immediately? Not that I'm saying I'd want to hinder law enforcement activities. They're very important to the carrying on of the safety of this republic, but at the same time, that seems very contradictory to the public statements that he's made in the past about how citizens should have right to privacy, to then just hand over all of the camera footage immediately without a warrant even being issued. But anyways, we did get to see some footage here of the fella. It also looks like he had some kind of like a head-mounted light on a headband on. Did you see that, Matthew?
Yeah, I noticed that. And also, by the way, in that last frame right there, it looked like he was wearing a T-shirt that said "cat" on it, and it had like the Black Cat logo. I think that's a fireworks company, and it was actually fireworks that he had in the back of his pickup bed, along with some other flammable things that actually went off. So he must have gotten a T-shirt when he picked up the fireworks.
Yeah. You see him walking back up again. This is near the
What was that he was
station.
holding, by the way?
Oh, that's a good question.
Looked like a firearm almost.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, that kind of did look like a firearm. It doesn't look like a gun, but I don't know what the hell that is. It does have a handle on it, like a pistol grip. But it doesn't look like a gun. It looks like almost like a taser or a camera or something.
That's just wild that there's this many cameras on that Cybertruck and all Tesla vehicles, and apparently they're not just for like the actual self-driving capabilities; they're actually for surveillance as well, which is just kind of disturbing. Honestly, I'll never have a Tesla for that reason alone.
Yeah, I don't really like the idea of privacy just, being gone with the wind once you get a Tesla. And that's something that not a lot of people have brought up today, but that was something I noticed, and I was like, that's weird. But let's see here. I want to make sure to look at this really quickly, because this is something else that didn't really make a lot of sense to me, because the FBI has been able to confirm that this email actually was sent by the guy. That's what the FBI is saying right now. So everything in this is actually what this guy has written. It's not hearsay. This is actually something that we can speak about. So let's read the email and just go through it really quickly to point out some things I don't really I see that don't really make a lot of sense. In case I do not make it to my decision point or on to the Mexico border, I'm sending this now. And I don't know what's up with that, because the decision point is where? And also, why didn't he just go to the Mexican border? Because he drove down to, I believe it was Las Vegas, New Mexico, and if he wanted to, he could have just driven down Interstate 25 straight to the Mexican border. Instead, he took a detour to drive all the way across the country to Las Vegas, Nevada, which makes not a lot of sense. And that may be showing someone who's not mentally well, because quite honestly, the drive to the Mexican border is shorter than the one to Las Vegas. So why in the world was he saying, if I can't make it to the Mexican border or to my decision point, I'm going to send this message? Going off of the route that we know, because Tesla submitted all of the telemetry from the vehicle, he easily could have driven to the Mexican border. He instead drove on to Las Vegas. So that's something that may be showing that someone may have not been mentally well. It may have not been making rash decision-making during their final moments. But let's see here. First off, let's see. First car, let's see. I believe that the car was verified. I believe that that was a part of the email that was verified, if I'm correct, Matthew.
Yeah, I think that the people that received the email claimed that was his vehicle.
And let's see here. Um, let's see. Let's see. Gravitic propulsion systems. Now, this is something that no one really knows. And let me see if I can pull up this deal, because this is something I was telling Matthew. I was like, this sounds kind of like some schizo kind of a deal, because I haven't really heard a lot about it. So let's see here.
I pulled up gravitic systems earlier, and there was really nothing like concrete on it. It was just like a theory.
So, well, this I'm just gonna say this. This generally would, and I'm not like trying to say the guy is a schizo. This generally would fall under some schizo like thinking here, because this was a theory back in the 50s to the 70s, and it doesn't really appear to have made it anywhere, because anything that's anti-gravitational is working against the laws of physics. And while the military and the United States government can put a lot of funding into different kinds of programs and technologies, we've never broken the laws of physics with that kind of funding. Everything still works within the laws of physics. So coming up with something that is anti-gravity propulsion sounds pretty far-fetched. That's probably why it died as a theory back in the 50s to the 70s, because it just cannot happen. It breaks the laws of physics. So this is something that I generally have to say sounds schizophrenic to me. Like that's kind of like one of those, there's mole people that live underground in the center of the earth and they crawl out and they run the world kind of a deal. This is kind of like that.
You know the one part of this though that I have a feeling probably is true. The it looks like the third to last paragraph there. He mentioned something about war crimes being covered up. That probably does have some truth to it. It sounds like maybe this might be something he might have actually had knowledge of that maybe have been haunting him for a while. Because he went into pretty good detail about it, and it looks like he actually added in contacts and names of active duty people that can actually speak to it. So that part right there would probably make sense, considering he probably had PTSD from the sounds of it, that he was trying to get that off his chest, and that could have been what was driving him to have episodes that caused him to go seek help.
Yeah, maybe. But let's see. Also, here's another thing. Let's see. Propulsion system powered aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast, but throughout history the U.S. So, but here's the thing with this though. He's saying throughout history. So this is showing that apparently this gravitic propulsion system, according to him, has existed for quite a while. Apparently, it's a historic technology at this point. So I'm guessing he's saying it's existed since the theory came into being in the 50s. And if that was the case, how come no one's ever seen this thing being used? Because obviously at some point they would tell the public, because they've told the public about every single system, like the F-117 Nighthawk and the SR-71 were top secrets. Like, even if people saw them, they'd just be like, they're weather balloons or something. It's nothing that big or nothing that important to look into. But then finally they said, by the way, we have this thing. And then they finally told the public what the SR-71 or the F-117 was. But with this, it's just, we've had these, but no one's ever seen them. And it's like, that's something where it's like, that's kind of like one of those things where it's like, seems kind of a little schizophrenic to me, like, just saying. Like, I'm not trying to go out of my way to say this guy is schizophrenic. It's just that, considering this is a theory we've never even seen tested before, it's just a theory, this seems a little bit kind of off the wall. But also he says that China's been launching these from submarines in the Atlantic for years. Now, there is an issue with that I do want to bring up, that the United States, and this is something that we all learned in the Titan submersible explosion, and this system had been classified all the way up until this point, we have a large amount of incredibly sensitive hydrophones on the bottom of the seabed, pretty much throughout the entirety of the North Atlantic, specifically around New Jersey, and pretty much everything north of that can detect the sound of submersible vessels, such as Soviet submarines, or nowadays Russian and Chinese submarines, that would be traveling through this area. No one knew about that until the Titan submersible imploded, and then about 6 days later, I believe it was the Navy came out and said, actually, we heard it explode, we just didn't want to unveil this secret system, but considering it's kind of dated at this point, we'll tell everyone about it. So with that in mind, there is a system that is off the coast of the United States that would easily be able to detect these submarines that would be traveling through this area. And so it'd be kind of weird that the United States wouldn't have actively gone out of its way to ward off these submarines, considering that we probably would have detected them with the hydrophone relay that we have in the North Atlantic, that we now know about because of the Titan submersible explosion. So that part, it's like, it's a little bit weird. Let's see. Also, another thing that I want to point out, he only brings up stuff that is known in the public, like the drones and also the balloons that flew over the United States a year or two ago. There's nothing else really included in this that's new. It's just more so taking fictitious things like gravitic propulsion and then attaching them to things that everyone's seen in the public.
You know, if the United States government would come out and simply say, these were what the drones were over New England, and this, like, settles the score, and we're coming clean on it, that would disprove all this junk right here, and it would put it all to rest. But the fact that the government's not telling anybody what it was, and they're not coming clean, it does fuel conspiracy theories like these, and it's going to add credibility to it, because people don't know what it was still. They're going to tend to believe things like this, because it sort of creates distrust in the government.
Yeah, I would say that probably is the case. But at the same time, though, if it is something that could cause a great deal of panic in the public, that's probably why they're not telling anyone. Like, for example, if it is for some reason Iranian or Chinese drones, that would freak people out a lot. We already know that because of the balloon. I think if it's dozens or hundreds of drones. And so they're probably not wanting to tell the public because the public would go into absolute chaos. But at the same time, the public wants to know. And so then they go into crazy rabbit holes of trying to explain what it was. But let's see here.
Well, you want another layer of this conspiracy theory, by the way? This was another part. The people that received this email, allegedly from the guy who did the Tesla Cybertruck incident, they claim that he actually might still be alive because he sent the messages via Signal, which is an encrypted communications app, which allows you to send encrypted messages from one phone to another. And there's a thing called a safety number that actually proves that person is the person they claim they are. And his safety number changed after he had actually allegedly died, which is not supposed to be permissible because you actually have to get into his account, which is encrypted very heavily. And then you have to be able to change the number. So some people suspect that maybe he was still alive in some conspiracy theory and he changed his number after he did the explosion incident and he was actually not in the vehicle. That's what some people say. But, to me, it sounds a little bit wild, but that's the story.
I would say he is dead because I believe they did recover his body from the Cybertruck and it was charred pretty heavily, so he's without a doubt dead. But let's see. Also, this is something that the USG needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere on the East Coast, just the East Coast. That's like, okay, let's look at the map here. So China is closer to the West Coast than anything. So why in the world are they only poised to attack the East Coast? I mean, wouldn't, like, on a strategic level, the shortest path of attack be the most, viable one? Why in the world is it only the East Coast? How come they can't attack the West Coast? That's also another question that I have here. Because at the same time, a lot of people are saying that this seems believable and the government isn't to be trusted, but also playing devil's advocate here, there's a lot of things just in the email alone that someone with some discerning questions could say it's not really making that much sense. Because, for example, Russia doesn't attack doesn't attack Western Ukraine a lot because it's not the closest thing to them. They attack everything on the eastern side of Ukraine the most because that is the easiest and quickest thing to be able to attack. And that's usually how militarily people do things. You go for the quickest and easiest route to do something. And so it doesn't really make a lot of sense that China, who is largely an adversary off of our west coast, is going to attack us on the east coast. And also someone said, you don't attack where the enemy expects you to. Actually, no, you do. Like every war ever, largely you see that if you attack where someone isn't expecting, it usually is in the middle, right, almost like smack dab in the middle of where they were expecting. Like in World War II and World War I, the Germans didn't attack through the plains of Alsace-Lorraine. They attacked straight through the Argonne Forest, which is somewhere around Luxembourg and Belgium. And while that was where they didn't expect, it wasn't insanely out of the question. Like, it's not, for example, like the Imperial German Army landed in Marseille in an amphibious landing and then marched through southern France. It was still something that was within the realm of practicality. Like, for example, when Japan attacked the United States, they didn't bomb Washington, D.C., they bombed Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Like while it's a place that isn't expected, it's still within the realm of practicality militarily. And that's kind of the issue with this, is that the East Coast is the most difficult target to hit on a logistics standpoint for the Chinese, because you would have to send, for China that is, a submarine all the way around the Drake's Passage and then back up onto the east coast of the United States. The voyage is excessively long, and so it would just be a lot easier for them to do something on the East Coast instead. So I hope that addresses that somewhat well. But beyond that, I don't really know what to make of this at this point. It just kind of is what it is, I guess. But that's really why we didn't report it on it as news tonight, because while you can believe it, there's also a lot of things that raises questions. So with that,
And we'll never know. We'll never know if it's true or false or whatever it is. Probably most likely false. We'll never know, because if it is true that something like that is happening, the government is never going to let that actually be known. So that's probably going to be the end of the story right there.
And so with that, I hope that does answer that question well, Danny B. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the Middle East news, as we were able to see a U.S. convoy on the move today towards the Syrian town of Kobani, which had been abandoned by Russian Federation forces a little while ago. Also, Amazon is in Syria.
Oh, look at that. And Toyota, of course. Got to have Toyota.
You gotta have a Toyota. That's the end of that clip right there, but still interesting to see a larger U.S. presence in Syria to this day. And as the Russians have left Syria, they have moved into a new location in Libya. As we are starting to hear, the Russian forces are being diverted into Libya from Syria. It appears that the Russians are not wanting to leave West Africa yet, and Syria was really the stepping stone into West Africa for the large part, so now they're beginning to divert everything into Libya. That may also be because they're not able to get all of their smaller vessels that were in Syria all the way around Europe and into a Russian port, so they are now starting to relocate their operations temporarily or permanently into Libya for the time being, while they try and figure out what their larger strategy and plan is going to be in West Africa now that the strategic situation has drastically changed. So with that, we are now going to be moving on back into the Ukraine war. And as we do, we were able to see that Ukraine says notebooks from North Korean troops claim they are fighting to gain combat experience. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts on this. And Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so Ukraine claims they've recovered the notebooks from deceased North Korean soldiers, and allegedly scribbled in the private's notebook, it said, "We are here to gain experience on the battlefield," and Ukraine reported that today. So what do you think about that? 49% said it's true. Kim wants experienced soldiers, ones that are experienced but deceased, apparently. But 24% said maybe a mix of both options, and 21% said it's false, it's merely sacrifices. And for me personally, I would say it's sacrifices. Those soldiers are being sent in as cannon fodder. They know they're going in as cannon fodder from the beginning. Kim sent them in for that specific reason, so that way he could basically buy his way into some supplies from Russia, basically using his own men as payment, which is really sick to think about, but that's actually what Kim is doing. And also, as a collateral thing, it's reducing the mouths that Kim has to feed back in North Korea. So to me, I don't think there's anything about this that gains experience. And also, I really have some doubts about a private scribbling that in his notebook. It sounds a little bit unbelievable in itself. But if that was written there, I don't buy it anyway. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say probably in the big picture on a command level they're looking to gain experience, but to be entirely honest, I would have to agree with Matthew. Just some random private writing that down and having that kind of knowledge and understanding, especially in the Korean People's Army, is highly unlikely. I would say that they're probably just being sent there so that way North Korea can continue to take advantage of the situation and get good trading deals with the Russian Federation, because that seems to be the most likely course of action from a governmental perspective of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, really interestingly, we got to see a video of the Skynex air defense system at work within Western Ukraine. Check this out. We're going to be muting that, but we can see the Skynex flak exploding in the distance.
That was like circus trap music or something.
Man, it was terrible. It was so freaking bad. But that's the end of that clip. Really interesting to see the Skynex at work. And moving on from that and into the area of Transnistria, we were also able to see that there are some major power shortages starting to affect Transnistria. So check this out.
Oh, look at that, a blackout of sorts, a selective blackout. Oh my, a complete blackout. And this is allegedly due to the Russian gas being halted going through Ukraine?
Apparently, I believe that's what the explanation is at the moment.
Wow.
We'll say the lights were kind of on there for a little bit, and we also get to see another clip here. And then in our last clip, we can see from a higher-up view. This is apparently in Tiraspol, which is the unofficial capital of Transnistria.
Вот там где-то у кого-то еще свет есть. У нас тут на районе вообще нет уже все. Темнота.
But that's the end of the clip right there. And moving on from that and out of Transnistria, we were also able to see some very interesting location unknowns, as we were able to see a picture today of a MiG-29 firing at AGM-88 Harm, which is an anti-radiation missile. Pretty cool, and really neat to see that the Ukrainians are still using those kinds of anti-radiation missiles. We were also able to see a very heavily camouflaged Leopard 2 A4. Really
What
cool.
in the world? That's actually pretty sick, actually. It's I think they called it the Shaggy tank. It kind of is. It calls this one the Shaggy. I kind of like it.
Man, I got to say, that thing is shaggy. It's really cool looking, though. I really like this kind of camouflage, and I wonder how well it works under infrared. I wonder if the shaggy camo coating gets warm and you can see its infrared signature through it. I would assume that you probably can, but it still is a really sick kind of a camouflage, without a doubt. And
Call that the Deadly Furby right there. It's moving low.
Man, I'm telling you what, man, that thing could probably maul someone. But also, really quickly, I wanted to make sure to put this out there. A big shout out to Miss Disa, the keeper of the records. Apparently, the Kyiv Independent Casualty Report today was so inaccurate in every single category, it's just not even worth reading. So we're actually going to be reading this one instead. That was given to us by Miss Disa, and also, I believe, is published by the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. So a massive shout out to Miss Disa for finding all those typos and also getting us the correct numbers. So, with that in mind, here are the losses for today. 1,080 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 1 tank, 14 APCs, 3 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 49 drones, and also 41 supply trucks. Overall, it was a pretty good day. It appears that no Bobcat skid steers were lost, unfortunately.
Oh.
But still, a pretty good day nevertheless. So with that, a big shout out to Ms. Disa again for helping us out with making sure to catch all those typos. And with that, we're now going to be moving on into the Vovchansk front, where we were able to see the 124th TDF targeting and destroying Russian forces in the area. And here's the clip.
Like that fine layer of snow. Oh.
Oh.
He just spawned out of nowhere. Look at that.
And we can see here the vehicle on fire and burning, and that's the end of the clip. But really nice to see and great to know they were able to knock out another Russian vehicle. Meanwhile, down in the Kremenna area, we were also able to see more Russian forces getting hit.
Поехали.
I'm going to be muting the 80s synthwave music. But we see them firing right there in the night. Looks like an MLRS, possibly.
It's very bright, yeah. It illuminates the night sky, yeah.
Oh!
It was like fireworks. Oh, it's incendiary. They call those the Weeping Willow in the firework world, but they call this death in the other world.
Man. Very... Moving on from that and down into the Seversk area, we got to see them recovering an M113.
Поехали туда, сейчас заберем медику. Машину стоит.
And that's seeing the clip right there, but still very interesting to see. Moving on from that, we also got to see them driving behind the lines. And we're going to be muting that, but we can see them.
Oh, yeah. Look at that, a roller shot on a military vehicle. That's pretty cinematic.
Man, it's pretty cool.
This town's not in exactly good shape, but, you know, what can you say?
And that's the end of that clip. Man, this cough is getting worse. We're probably going to have to take the day off tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. But moving on from that and down into the Bakhmut area, we also got to see them hitting Russian forces down here as well. Also, I just saw someone say that at some point surpassing the speed of sound was breaking the laws of physics. That is not true. People knew that the speed of sound could be broken for a very long amount of time because lightning breaks the speed of sound, hence the clap. Also, another thing is that bullets broke the speed of sound for a very long time before human flight broke the speed of sound. So people always knew that supersonic travel of some sort was possible because there were so many things that traveled at supersonic speeds. I mean, hell, simply put, the comets entering the atmosphere that were easily visible for millennia, literally throughout the entirety of human existence, were going well past the speed of sound and were easily observed by many as going faster than anything possible. So it wasn't against the laws of physics to break the speed of sound. It was quite literally an observable phenomenon throughout the entirety of human history. But we can still see them knocking out more Russian forces with the drones. But generally, as far as gravitic propulsion, that just simply cannot work. Gravity is a phenomenon produced by a large mass in space. There's no way to just moot gravity. Gravity is something that affects everything in the universe. It affects us, that's why we're connected to the ground. So you can't make a flying object that just has a technology in it that literally just deletes a law of physics that affects everything equally, and then just have it flying around. And if that was the case, why don't we just have that introduced across the entirety of the Air Force? And why in the world would we not use that for space travel yet? Why in the world would we be using it for just simple drones? I mean, the actual practical implications or applications of such a system is so profound. Why wouldn't that be used everywhere instead of for the little gotcha of launching a drone over New Jersey? Like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But moving on
Do
from
you
that,
know? Do you know that it actually is possible for an object to actually surpass the speed of light, or actually meet the speed of light? Did you know that?
yes, like light particles do that.
Oh no, no, I'm talking about an object, not a particle.
I've heard about that. Yes, I have.
Yeah, you know the one place in the universe where that can actually happen. There's only one place it can actually happen. It's not a joke, by the way. I'm being serious.
And where is that?
It would be a black hole. When you start reaching the event horizon of a black hole, objects start spinning around in this basically like well in space time, and it starts basically falling so down into this well that it starts going around the edges of it so fast it actually meets the speed of light.
That's interesting. I wonder if we actually know that as a certainty.
No,
Maybe
that's
that's
based on Einstein's theory of relativity. That's not a certainty.
okay, yeah. Because I was like, I don't think we've ever been able to observe a black hole that well to be able to know that with 100% certainty. But that is still interesting to hear that there is a possibility that a black hole could produce that. But also, speaking of which, man, look, it's Christmas on this shed.
Oh, look at that. That's neat. I like that. What's that, the children's drawings or something? Or is that the soldiers? I didn't mean to insult them.
Those were the Russians, so insult away. But that's the end of the
Oh, the
clip.
children?
Damn stupid children. But anyways, moving on from that and past the Kurakhove area, we're now moving on down into the southern front, where we got to see the Ukrainians destroying more Russian positions.
They're about to bullet. Oh, they did it.
Oh.
They're cardboard lid. Bang. Also, Jetbird Z said black hole could be protecting singularity inside. I think from what I read, I don't know this for a fact. I'm not a scientist or anything like that, but I think the theory is that everything's moving so fast in the center, or I guess what you could call the center of a black hole, that you just simply can't see it. It appears black to us, but it's actually matter there. I don't know if it's called dark matter or what type of matter it is, but there's actually something there. We just can't see it when we see like the abyss of a black hole.
Well, isn't a black hole just a gravity well? Because of the extreme mass of whatever is inside of it.
Yes, it's allegedly something so small, but yet so dense, I think, that it creates that gravity well. And the gravity well is so like deep. That's what creates things to speed up so fast, and that's why objects can reach the speed of light, because it's so deep in space-time that it causes it to speed up like that.
But what if I'm understanding correctly? I haven't looked at black hole phenomenon much, but black holes generally are believed, although we've never observed one actually form, we generally believe that they're created because of the implosion of a star, and all of that mass imploding into such a small area, it creates the gravity well that turns into a black hole.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Okay, so well, that's at least a running theory. Who knows if that's right or not, because we've never observed it happen before. But still, with that in mind, though, once again, even black holes, which are the only thing in the universe that we believe could propel something to the speed of light, still adhere. The entire phenomenon exists because of gravity and the actual existence of gravity. And so, once again, to further the point here, kind of an argument against the email that we were talking about earlier, if the most powerful phenomenon known in the universe, which is a black hole, is created because of a gravitational phenomenon, then it would make no sense that the U.S. government and then the Chinese, just out of the blue, can create drones that literally delete the laws of physics, because that not only means that space travel as we know it is stupid and asinine, because you could just simply create an anti-gravitational vehicle and just travel into space without the need for a rocket. Like here's what I want to say. If that technology exists, I'm actually going to have to start saying now, thinking about it, that email's outlandish. If that technology existed, Matthew, the U.S. wouldn't do that as like, oh, this is like super secret, like we can't tell anyone. Like, we would be like, this stuff is insane. Let's forget the Starship program that Elon's working on. Let's just make a big one of these, and we can literally just go to space without using any energy at all. It doesn't even adhere to the rules of gravity.
That assumes that they want to take the most efficient route to get somewhere, but I don't think that's the goal. The goal is to make as much money as possible. They don't want the most efficient route.
Well, the military isn't like running an Amazon here. You know, it's not like they're trying to make money or anything. This guy said
they like to funnel money through the contractors, so they will set things up like that. There's lobby specifically to make sure that happens.
And I would doubt that a lot, man, because then we would be saying, like that's just not really the case, because anytime a major technological innovation is made in the military, it usually doesn't take that long for it to make it out into the normal world. I mean, you know, like for example, supercomputing. You know, like the computers we have now, a lot of the technology that exists in them was created either for medical institutions or the military, and now it's just a common commercial application. And that was only about 10 to 15 years after it became a thing for the military.
Well, then let me ask you this. If the military, based on their science and their research, came up with a way to create infinite amounts of energy, and we could get rid of all the power plants across the country, no more oil, things like that, would that eventually find its way into the public?
Yes.
I would say no.
Well, the thing that deletes that theory, though, Matthew, is that the first time any kind of nuclear power existed on this planet, the military used it to obliterate 2 cities in Japan. And then it wasn't that long after that it was then sent into a commercial application of being used as a nuclear reactor to produce energy. So, like, I see where you're coming from there, but at the same time, strategically limiting that to be like some sort of a movie, The Way of the Shaman, only a few can know this, would be strategically inept. Because, for example, like, well, let's go off of this email here, that the Chinese have it. So if the Chinese decide to not do The Way of the Shaman here and just hide it from everyone like this guy is claiming that both sides are doing, and they said, you know what, we're just going to get rid of all of our normal space agency rocketry and just use this anti-gravitational thing and just go into space as cheaply and easily as possible. I mean, hell, they could be colonizing the moon by next month. And there's nothing we could do about it. We lost that strategic edge. Like, as historically across all time, the introduction and the widespread implementation of technological advantages is how people have been able to make a national advantage. So then saying that we've had this technology for 50 years that literally just defies the laws of physics and just completely deletes gravity as a rule, and we've had that for 50 years and we keep it super secret, and then the Chinese also have it, and instead of using that to get a major strategic advantage against the United States across the board in literally every field, they also keep it secret too. It doesn't make a lot of sense at all, because he didn't just say that America had it, he said the communist Chinese have it. And if we were to go off of the idea that the communist Chinese aren't really in the name of the game to make money, and they're just there to see themselves win, why wouldn't they start using it on a widespread industrial application? Because it sure as hell would help them win against America if they had more of these things and just plenty of them doing anything. I mean, hell,
Well, for me personally, I'm not saying whether or not what the guy said is true or not. Me personally, I would tend to believe it's false. I'm just simply making the point that the government typically does not want to take the most efficient route to get things done, because the main objective is to make money. The secondary objective is to actually get the task done. That's typically the way it's always been done. That's why the military is extremely bloated right now with the amount of money we're spending on mundane things. Everything's overpriced. That's because everybody wants to make a big part of money. So. That's just my point on the situation.
Well, yeah, but more money is to be made by using the most efficient technology. Like it's a myth that you make more money doing things the old-fashioned way. Because I just saw someone, of course, come in with a whole petrodollar thing before oil. Before oil was a thing, y'all know what the thing was? It was coal. And everyone said back then, oh, if we switch over to oil, oh, it'll kill the world's economy because the world runs on coal. And guess what? We switched over to oil, and we still use a lot of coal, and the economy runs just fine. Like innovation does not mean the death of everything. Innovation usually means that it just changes, but it largely stays the same. And it doesn't make any sense at all to me to say something like, like we have this super cool, super secret tech that literally could just make intergalactic travel as easy as nothing. I mean, it defies the laws of gravity. You've got to think about that for a minute. I don't even know how the hell a propulsion system like that works, because defying gravity doesn't exactly produce propulsion in the first place. But let's just say it propels itself somehow. You can literally travel anywhere, easily, cheaply. I mean, hell, you could sit there and say, forget trains, forget airplanes, we're just going to use these things. They use like no fuel. They don't even adhere to the laws of physics, so their energy usage is wildly low because they're not even going to fight against the gravitational effect of the planet to move. They don't have any friction because, once again, they're not bound to the rules of gravity, so they just can do whatever. It would be the cheapest form of transportation ever seen. And that would be a massive economic boost, because generally economic activity results directly because of the cost of transportation.
Well, me personally, I think you'd be destroying a lot of industries in the process of that. Because, for example, think about the industries that would be destroyed. For one thing, you wouldn't have to be rebuying aircraft all the time because you got the best one that can possibly be made. And number two is you don't have to do really much maintenance on it. No fuel to fuel the thing. I mean, it starts eliminating a ton of industries that the country relies on to keep the economy going in a full circle. So you'd actually take out a huge swath of the economy with that.
Well, yeah, but you can make that argument for everything, because when we switched over from steam engines to diesel engines on the railroads in America, we did that because diesel engines were far easier to maintain, far cheaper, required less crew, less maintenance. They literally, like, getting rid of steam engines wiped out an entire industry, because during the era of steam power in this country, when the railroads ran on steam, usually somewhere around 20% of the entire nation was working in the railroad industry. After that, almost no one is working in the railroad industry these days, because it's been so simplified because of technological advancements that hardly any employees are needed to run the entire national freight rail network. Generally, a company would not give a damn if, Boeing doesn't produce enough aircraft. They would sit there and say, is that thing cheaper and more easily efficient to run? And the answer would be yes. And they go, forget the old shit, we want that, because that's going to be way cheaper for us to run, and it increases our profits. And then the economy shifts a little bit. There is still economic progress and success, but stagnation has never been the answer. I mean, like, historically, there's never been a time that anyone's gone, we're going to keep this crappy thing that could easily be improved, but we're just going to keep it because it makes money. It loses money. Like the whole thing about capitalism is endless innovation to get an advantage over your rivals in business or rivals as a nation to be able to make more money. That's why the United States is economically successful as it is now. So it wouldn't make any sense to go, we now have this massive technological breakthrough like any other in history that we've had at this point from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and we're simply not going to roll it out on an industrial scale, because now, unlike the rest of history, now we're going to make money by withholding technology.
Well, I think you would agree though that, like, for example, like the example you gave about moving from the steam train to the diesel engine, that's like a gradual evolutionary change to like that technology. It's not groundbreaking necessarily. It is helpful, it's more efficient, but if all of a sudden like an anti-gravity like aircraft popped up and it was able to be used for commercial use, military use and things like that, that would be groundbreaking. Wouldn't you agree? Like, that would change everything.
Well, not really. I mean, like airplanes fly, that thing flies. Like that's almost like the same thing. It's just a lot cheaper and easier to use. It's still doing something that we've already done before, which is fly. Like either to space or through the atmosphere. It's just happening to fly. It just does it by literally deleting a law of physics, and therefore, I guess it does it way cheaper. So I would say it's almost an innovation like the diesel train because diesel engines were a huge improvement on steam. Like steam is cool, but a huge improvement. They are so much easier to maintain, so much easier to operate. They can achieve higher speeds more efficiently. There's just so many things that diesel engines could do that made them a major advancement over steam engines, and everyone went with them when they could. That's why steam engines don't exist in major industrial use anymore anywhere in the world. It's just because diesel engines in every category are more efficient.
But the diesel engine, though, the diesel engine didn't put a whole bunch of people out of work because
Oh
the
yeah.
people that worked on the steam engine, they simply moved over and had to learn new skills to start working on the diesel engines. And pretty much everybody that worked on trains just got to transfer jobs over to this new system. And it really didn't phase very much. It made things more efficient and made it maybe less fuel they didn't have to use and things like that. They went to a different type of fuel, obviously. But to me personally, I don't think that's the case, honestly.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but that's wrong. Like the introduction of the diesel engine put almost everyone working in the railroads out of a job because there was no one anymore that had to be. There was no
Oh,
firemen anymore. Like all the firemen were fired because you're not throwing gasoline into a furnace. It's a diesel engine that runs itself. Like I believe at the beginning when steam engines were at their peak in America in 1930, there was something like I believe 75,000 steam locomotives in this country, and each one of them had to have several crew members. They had to have an engineer, a fireman, and then even sometimes an additional fireman or an additional engineer, meaning that sometimes some of these locomotives had 4 crew members or even more than that. And then with the introduction of the diesel engine, you only needed 1 or 2, and that wasn't even just to run each locomotive. You could couple them together to create multiple units, and you just needed 1 or 2 guys to run 4 engines instead of 2 or 3 guys to run each engine. So a lot of people got put out of the job. Loads of people got put out of the job because steam engines weren't using coal anymore. The massive coal industry that existed beforehand to supply and fuel all of the needs of the American rail industry caved in. Like now they just had to supply coal to power plants and other things, but the amount of demand on coal was hardly there. It all shifted over to petroleum. Loads of people, like railroad history is a really big thing in this country and how things worked. The transition from steam to diesel put an insanely massive amount of people out of the job. I believe something like 70 to 75% of everyone working on the American railroads that were working in terms of just raw numbers during the height of the steam era in the 1930s were unemployed by the 1950s because they had all been fired and their
well,
jobs had been made redundant.
Well, didn't they just transfer industries though, like with the diesel engine from the steam engine? Because they didn't like destroy entire industries; they simply transferred. Like you were talking there about the coal versus the diesel thing. Well, then the diesel industry, the petroleum industry, needed more people to work in that since they had a higher demand.
Not really. Like the steam. Like let me show you one town that literally died with the steam engine because this happened a lot. Right here, this is the town of Thurmond. And it's a ghost town now. Something like 10 people live here, and back in the day there were several hundred. And the reason this town existed is because it was a stopping point on the Chesapeake and Ohio for all of the steam engines that they were operating. So these steam engines would have to stop here. They would have to have the coal reloaded. They'd have to have the water reloaded. They would have to have servicing and maintenance done because steam engines were very service and maintenance heavy. They would have to have new firemen and crews switched out because operating these things was incredibly taxing and tiring on the crew. So you couldn't just have people doing, one job all day. They do it for like 8 to 12 hours. Then they have to get off. They have to get a new crew to run them, or they just have to retire the steam locomotive. You had to have more steam locomotives, but sometimes they just simply would not work. And so you had to get a replacement locomotive to get them. You had to have repair shops every couple, like not even a couple hundred miles, every 100 miles or so, just in case there was breakdowns or breakage or wear. There were a load of people that worked in the railroads because operating steam engines was an extremely laborious task. And there were loads of industries that existed that were specialized just for operating steam locomotives. And once the Chesapeake and Ohio, which nowadays is a part of CSX, merged with, I believe it was Atlantic Seaboard, and they started to transition. Well, actually, they hadn't even merged yet. They were still Chesapeake and Ohio. They had started to retire all of their steam locomotives and replace them with diesel. And with that, this entire town, which its whole industry existed around maintaining the Chesapeake and Ohio's rail system through this area, it died and turned into a ghost town. All these people lost their jobs. There were no jobs because the diesel trains didn't have to stop through this town and have all of those supporting industries to help them out. They just drove on through. And so hundreds, just in this one town alone, hundreds of people lost their jobs. And this was replicated across the entire nation. Loads of towns went the way that Thurman did because of the dieselification of the railroads. And that was a huge shift. I wish I actually get you the numbers, because hundreds of thousands of Americans lost their jobs with dieselification from steam. So there is a easy argument to be made. Diesel wasn't just like a simple, we just switched over to this and it's like the same thing. Not at all. It was a tectonic shift in railroading and the railroad industry with what it created and how many people got put out of their jobs because of it. And with anti-gravitational stuff, it would be the same thing. And on top of that, another thing that has to be put out is that you don't see this stagnation ever benefiting any other industry. Like you and me, Matthew, can walk into a McDonald's nowadays and you can see that they hardly have anyone working at the front, and you order through a kiosk. Because trying to streamline and make things as efficient and easy as possible is always the answer in business, because they're trying to cut down on cost. So if the transportation industry could cut down on cost by creating an anti-gravitational machine that defies the rules of gravity and moves around for the cost of pennies around the entire world and even into space if it needed to, why in the world would everyone in the world, including the communist Chinese, hold themselves back from this miracle of technology that would help with economic progress to an insane degree, an exponential degree, just so that way they could keep the status quo, which in the end would be detrimental to their strategic ability to outdo their rivals?
Well, me personally, I would still say that if there's a technology that exists that was that advanced, like anti-gravity or infinite power or whatever technology you want to pull out of conspiracy theories, I personally think that the government would probably not want that to come out. It would destroy a lot of industry. I'm still going to have to stick with that one. Because, for example, with an anti-gravity technology, presumably that creates energy of sorts, and that would destroy the entire energy industry in America, which would be detrimental to our economy. So I think they'd want to hold it back, personally.
I personally think that they wouldn't, but I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on that, because we've, I think, talked about this already for 20 minutes and completely skipped over the
I'm
speech.
going to disagree to agree.
Hey, man, screw you. I'm just kidding with you, man. But moving on. Good God. Moving on from that, it is time for us to get to the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Здоров'я, шановні українці і українки. Щойно доповідали міністр закордонних справ України Андрій Сибіга та міністр агрополітики і продовольства Віталій Коваль про їхні перемовини в Сирії та Лівані з новою сирійською адміністрацією, з ліванським бізнесом, наші перспективи як безпекові, так і торговельні загалом у цьому регіоні. В цьому році можемо додати ще країни до наших надійних партнерів, зокрема Сирію. Готуємось відновити дипломатичні відносини з Сирією і взаємодію в міжнародних організаціях. Я хочу подякувати нашій розвідці за безпекову основу цих контактів. Як результат візиту ми будемо збільшувати також торгівлю з Ліваном. Зараз цією країною у нас $400 мільйонів тільки нашого аграрного експорту. І ми готуємось збільшити щонайменше вдвічі. Буде також у 2025 році більше активності в роботі з Африкою. І кожне таке нове партнерство – це більші можливості для нашої дипломатії, більші можливості для нашої економіки. Я доручив міністру закордонних справ готувати деякі конкретні наші домовленості з країнами Африки. За минулий 24 рік нам вдалося збільшити український експорт на 15%. Це плюс більше ніж $5 мільярдів до рівня 23-го року. А загалом більш ніж $41 мільярд українського експорту за рік. І в умовах повномасштабної війни це немало. На 25-й рік завдання продовжити це зростання. Я вдячний всім нашим урядовцям, дипломатам, українським компаніям, кожному, хто забезпечує наші зв'язки зі світом. І, звичайно, я хочу подякувати кожному нашому воїну, всім підрозділам, які дають безпеку нашим експортним маршрутам, передусім у Чорному морі. Сили оборони, ГУР, Служба безпеки України, зовнішня розвідка. Абсолютно всі, хто задіяний, дякую вам. Була сьогодні вже також і доповідь головкома Сирського по ситуації на фронті, в районах Курської операції, і кожен день, і 31 грудня, і 1 січня, постійні російські штурми на Донеччині, найбільше за добу Покровський напрямок, Курахівський, Жорстко, на Лиманському і Времівському напрямках. Окремо обговорили захист Херсонщини. В Курській області наші підрозділи продовжують захищати позиції більше 30 російських атак щодоби. Дякую всім нашим підрозділам, які завдають ударів по російській армії і знищують окупанта. За результатами в боях цими днями я хочу відзначити 24-ту і 100-ту окремі механізовані бригади, які відбили один із дуже жорстоких російських штурмів напередодні Нового року. А також 59-ту окрему мотопіхотну та 68-му окрему єгерську бригади, які обороняють Покровськ. 79-ту бригаду ДШВ, яка діє надзвичайно активно. Молодці воїни. Дякую всім. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
And that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1045 of the news of the war in Ukraine and news from around the world. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream. And it's where we get to talk to all of y'all. I'm sorry if I sound a little bit distracted. I'm like the entire time I'm the entire time I'm talking, I'm having to literally battle back a cough the entire time. So that's probably why I sound really distracted, just because I'm focusing on not coughing. But beyond that, we are going to be moving into talking to all of y'all, and it's an incredibly fun segment. And I also got to give a huge shout out to the 7.2 thousand people who are still here, the 10.5 thousand people who are here at the peak, and the 74,000 people who have watched so far in less than 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's really impressive to know that so many people have been watching the stream and enjoying it, and we thank you all for being here tonight so far, and hope that y'all stick around because we have a really fun segment to go. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so moving on to our final question segment of the night. We have this poll right here that we're going to address, and it says Ukraine is developing an alternative to the ATACMS missiles that cost only 1/100th of the cost. And what are your thoughts? So 38% said it proves the U.S. military bloat, while 34% said, good for Ukraine, and that's all. And 16% said it proves better innovation than U.S. innovation. And I will say this, the name of the missile is called the Trembita missile that Ukraine is developing. They do not have it ready just yet. According to the publication in Ukraine, it sounds like the company actually delivering the missile will have it ready in about a year or so. So me personally, I have a hard time believing it's going to be 1/100th of the cost of an ATACMS missile, considering it goes about the same range. So I'm going to say let's wait and see on that one and see if it actually becomes a reality. But I'm just going to say good for them. The U.S. military is bloated, though. Like, I'll make that clear. There's a lot of overspending on simplistic goods in the military, but that's been happening for ages, and it'll probably never end. Hopefully they can get a grip on it to some extent, but it'll always be there in some way or another. But that does not prove anything when it comes to this Ukrainian missile. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that sounds outlandish. Who said that, man? Did Budanov say that?
Let's see here. It was RBC Ukraine.
I would say that producing an ATACMS that can do the job of an ATACMS at 1/100th of the cost sounds fictitious. Like, if that was something that could be done, how come no one else has done that in the world? You know, how come the Chinese haven't made a $10,000 ATACMS missile? Like, if it could be done, it would be done by someone. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like Ukrainian propaganda to me. Like, if Ukraine is that great in magic, why the hell haven't they won the war yet? You know, because they should be able to make a nuclear bomb with some scraps and then just fling it with a large slingshot at the Russians and then win the war. That, like, there's a point. I'm totally fine with saying Ukraine does good in the war, but at the same time, I'm not going to sit there and start denying reality. Be like, oh yeah, Ukraine could totally do that. Hell no. Like if they, like here's the thing about the world is that people want to kill each other as cheaply as possible in war. So why the hell would no one else in the world have done this already? You know, like why wouldn't have China done it? Because if we're going to talk about the West and say that the West has bloated military spending, which we somewhat do, not as badly as one would think though, because we curb stomp everyone that isn't in the West. So I would say that that certainly shows that while there is a lot of spending going on, it has to be going towards something. But with the Chinese, for example, or the North Koreans, if you just create a missile like that for 10 grand, why wouldn't they? I would assume that you can't because they haven't made it. So this sounds to me like it's some sort of propaganda from the Ukrainians because it just sounds outlandish. Now, I could eat my foot on that and be entirely wrong when in a year's time this thing gets rolled out and they're firing these things at 10 grand to pop into Russia. But I don't even believe Baba Yagas are that cheap. I think Baba Yagas are like 13 grand. So how in the world could you make an ATACMS for thousands of dollars cheaper than even a Baba Yaga, which is just a drone with some big motors attached to it and a little bit of additional range? To me, it just sounds a little like out there. I wouldn't believe that it could even be done. And also, I have a feeling that if it is done, it's probably going to be such an inaccurate system because it's so cheap that it will make the ATACMS look like a wonder weapon. That would generally be my take. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, I saw a couple of people actually saying, how's the U.S. military bloated? Because everybody says it, but they don't provide evidence. Well, there has actually been reports and also research done into that. Like, for example, there will be like bags of washers, like for like screwing together parts on planes, that'll cost like $900 for a bag of washers, which is absolutely insane. And they'll come up with all the excuses under the sun as to, oh, it has to be a specific type of washer to go on the plane and actually work to this spec and that spec. And that is true, but there's no excuse for it to cost $900 for such a simplistic part. That doesn't make sense at all. Even if it's made out of titanium, that wouldn't make any sense. So, you know, there is bloat there, and there's several examples of it, and there's also several reports on it as well. So it is there. But anyways, moving on from that and not rabbit holing too much on it, we are moving on to our Super Chat questions once again. And our first one here is going to go to Nova Stardust, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Nova Stardust, for that generous support and helping to keep us running. And Nova said, is it true that some DPRK soldiers are being trained specifically as drone fodder? And if true, it's just medieval and barbaric.
I haven't heard that specifically. I've just heard that these guys are from a elite training unit from Pyongyang, and they were sent in to try and most likely learn what modern war looks like from a strategic level, not from like the privates level, just from the strategic level. And that's probably what they're there for. But I haven't heard of any of them being trained to be drone fodder. I haven't heard of any of them really being trained at all. They just kind of go out there with the training they were given in the KPA and they get obliterated. So I think that's kind of what we are going off of at this point, information-wise it is. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because that is a interesting question, because we have seen the North Koreans have not done that well when going up against drones. In fact, that seems to be their biggest weakness, is getting attacked by drones. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Andy L, who puts in a 20 also. Big shout out to Andy for that support, and thank you very much for helping to keep the channel running. He said, it will happen on 2/20/2025, depending on the weather, 1,760 yards, and long live the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Andy L. And it's great to hear that you have a tentative date to know when the mile-long shot will be made. And I'm wishing you the best of luck, Andy L. And I hope that you're able to hit that mile-long shot and give us a really good report on the on the 20th of February of 2025. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Bobo Vasquez, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Bobo, for that support once again. I think that's his second one of the night, and it is. Huge shout out to Bobo for that. He said, Enforcer, I seriously hope you get better, and please attack the 70% of the super chat and get some good medicine.
And thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. Hopefully I do get better. I'm so damn tired of this cough. Y'all don't even know. It is wearing me out and it's annoying me. It's giving me a really bad headache, so I'm kind of talking with an insanely bad headache. the entire time I'm talking about a cough. It's not a fun time, but I do thank you so much for the support and the kind words, and hopefully I will be able to eventually get over it or find some way to fix the whole deal. A lot of people keep on giving recommendations. I'll just give you all the rundown of what's going on. I really cannot be open to recommendations. Like, thank you everyone for saying go get some, like, go get Mucinex or Delisum or whatever. Right now, I am legitimately on a codeine cough service, so there's nothing stronger that could be given to help with this cough, and I'm still coughing. So, like, it's all great recommendations, but there is no further that I can go with this. Like we're literally already at the limit. Like, there's no way to really curtail the cough more than the doctor's already prescribed, and it still isn't really doing a lot. And when I'm not on the cough syrup, I cough. Honestly, I don't even tell a difference. Like, I don't tell a difference in how I feel or how much I cough. It's like the stuff's like water. Like, it doesn't even really seem like it's doing anything. And it's making me just, like, I'm just about to stop using it because I don't even really tell a difference. So that's kind of where I'm at with that right now. I just think I kind of had to get through it. Like, I think that's the only thing I can do. I don't think, like, honey or tea or more cough medicine or anything like that's going to help. Because it just isn't. Like, no matter what, the cough just keeps going. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much for the kind words of the support, though. And hopefully something can be found out for this, because, like, I wish more cough medicine was the answer, but it just doesn't, it doesn't even seem like that's the answer anymore. And it's making me feel very discouraged about this whole deal. Like, I'm just going to be like one of those people in the Victorian era that has, like, that chronic cough because of coal dust or something. But still, thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Enforcer Dog Jaya, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. They said that YouTube won't let me write what I want to write because it's full of words on their no-no list or something like that. But it was about a positive development about former certain nations' relations. And keep up the good work, as you always do. And long live the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And very interesting here. I hate that we couldn't really address that a lot because YouTube wouldn't even allow it to come through. But I do thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running Enforcer Dog Jaya. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're about to be moving on to the next one. And also someone just asked, did the Enforcer get a chest x-ray? Yes, I've gotten 2 of them. One with the first medical opinion and one with the second opinion, where I got the cough medicine and the right kind of steroid shot instead of just a random one. I did get an x-ray at both of them, and both of them came back that there was nothing in my lungs at all. So there's not pneumonia or anything like that. Lungs are clear. But the second opinion was that it was acute bronchitis. So that appears to be what I have right now. That's generally what we're thinking it is. But still, it's the toughest bronchitis I've had to deal with. I've dealt with bronchitis a lot in my life, growing up as a kid, but I've never had it to the point where any kind of cough medicine just simply can't beat it. Like, it's always been beat before, and this is the strongest cough medicine I've ever been given. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like that, or used anything like that, and still, it's not really doing much for it. So, honestly, it doesn't even, here's the thing, because we've never touched anything like that before, speaking of codeine, and so when I got it, I was like, oh my god, like, that's like that, like, devil's elixir. Like, this is the thing that everyone talked about in this country that was, like, an issue. And so then I took it because I was like, I'm just going to try it and see if it helps. And it did. Well, I think the steroid shot was more so helping the first time, but it felt like it helped a little bit the first time. But beyond that, there was, like, no effect. It's like Mucinex or like Delisum, like, at least to me. Like, I don't feel any different at all.
Delsum?
Delsum, yeah, Delsum.
Delisum.
It feels like that because I took the dosage that they say to take before the stream, like literally like 40 minutes before the stream, and they said to me, like, they're like, don't drive, you're gonna be like extra drowsy, you're practically gonna be out of it, so don't go driving or anything like that. And I'm on stream right now on that stuff, and I don't feel like mentally I'm slowed down at all. I just feel like me. Like, there's no difference. And then the cough is still there. I can still feel the cough every time I'm talking, and I'm having to fight it every single second. So I don't think that stuff is helping me at all. I honestly just I don't know what in the world to do now, because it's like you can't go any further from there. I think that's like the end of the line from what I know on like how strong a cough medicine can get. So I don't even know what next to do, because I could drink more warm stuff, but that doesn't really seem to be helping much either. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one, but I hope that kind of gives you all a little bit of a rundown on the medical side of things, in case y'all are wondering about that. But we're on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here goes to Lord Lathos LSA, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Lord Lathos, for that support. He said he was headed to Flagstaff trying to get an interview with Sean Ryan per his email to Mr. Ryan. And once he realized there would be no interview, he headed back headed back north to Vegas. And Lord Lathos, I think that might actually be the case. I listened to that fellow's podcast earlier today. He actually runs a pretty good podcast, by the way, the Sean Ryan fellow. I actually listened to it a couple of times. Hopefully, this thing doesn't turn out to be false, because that could damage the guy's reputation significantly. If that turns out to be false, it could actually ruin his whole channel if that is false, because that would be, it's obviously caught a lot of attention, and a lot of people would be like, hey, like, why do you promote this person who's putting on fake stuff on your show? So, hopefully it turns out to be somewhat true, but I'm sort of doubting that at this point. But I think you have the story right. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, if the email came out as not being true, I wouldn't really hold it against that fella that much. He was the guy who happened to just get the email and he published it. And I guess that's all he could do. If it ends up being that this was the rantings of a schizophrenic person, I wouldn't really hold it on him too much, at least in my opinion. Maybe other people would be a little bit more judgy of that. But
I wouldn't personally.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's like he doesn't know if the guy's a schizophrenic or not. He happened to be the person out of everyone who got the email. And good on him for publishing it. That's how I look at it. But I would say that it most likely, in my opinion, it's most likely going to turn out that this guy may just have gone and mentally snapped or gone schizophrenic or something like that. I don't think this was PTSD related. The guy had PTSD, but none of his actions seem to be that of a person with PTSD. I've been around people with PTSD growing up, and most of them don't go on a multi-100-mile long road trip and then blow up in front of a hotel. That's just something I've never seen before. Like, they freak out and have nightmares in their sleep or get triggered by loud noises, and then they panic and they think they're back where they were from. But I don't think anyone's ever been in a scenario that would trigger a PTSD event where they're like, I need to rent a Cybertruck loaded with fireworks and go drive to the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas and blow up. Like, that just doesn't seem like anything that someone with PTSD would do. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert on PTSD. I only know people that I grew up around who had it, but I never saw anything that would get close to that. So I don't know. Maybe the guy, I still think at the end of the day, it's going to come out that this guy probably was a schizophrenic, because the whole gravitic propulsion thing. Let's go look at the Wikipedia on that one more time, just because I'm interested in a little bit. So I'm just going to read this really quickly. I'm not going to read it aloud so I can save my voice. So let's see. So it has never even made it into a prototyping phase where people would know about it. It's like a Dyson sphere. It's just something that was brought up, and they were like, let's look into it. And then it was a research dead end from what we're seeing here, because there's no way to defy the laws of gravity. Like, gravity is gravity. You just can't create something that just goes, I'm going to ignore gravity. That's like saying, let's create something that just ignores light. You just can't do that. Like light energy is always going to be an existent form of energy. It's simply within the laws of physics. It's like saying, let's just create something that just deletes kinetic energy. Like, you just can't do that. It's breaking the laws of physics. And the laws of physics are set in place. Like, you just can't delete stuff. Because if you could just come up with something where you flicked a light switch and this system no longer was adherent to gravity, what kind of power would that require? And how in the hell would you be able to build something that literally defies the universe we live in? Like, that just seems to me to be a little bit too far-fetched, to me, like, at least that's what I would say. And
I
let's
think
see.
I think the theory goes that you need nuclear fusion to actually accomplish this. But at the time, though, we can't even achieve nuclear fusion on a mass scale, much less a small enough scale to put in an aircraft.
Well, I mean, hell, we can't even achieve it for I think longer than milliseconds right now. So it's like, like just right now, the technology available would make this impossible. Not only that, this defies the laws of physics, and and of course, like our understanding of the universe may be flawed and may be subject to change in the future because it always has been. But at the same time, though, it's not really like we're misunderstanding gravity because it's not like you can just sit there at your house right now and go, oh, you know what? I don't think gravity works this way, and just jump and then just start floating away from the surface of the planet. Like, gravity is going to always be an applicant force on everything. It's an applicant force to the sun, which is the biggest thing in our solar system because it is also being gravitationally pulled around a larger star cluster several light years away from us that keeps us in our spot in the galaxy. And then our galaxy is also a part of another gravitational well that is made up of multiple galaxies, which is a specific galaxy cluster, which I forgot the name of, which is then kept in place by an entire, I believe it's a mega galaxy cluster or something like that, which is then a part of I believe it's like a galaxy chain or something along those lines. But everything is held in place, and the entire universe operates off of this gravitational theory, which is largely a law at this point, because gravity doesn't really change how it works. So that would be a little bit wild to say, oh, China, because people keep on focusing on the American side of this, but this guy said that the Chinese have it too. China and America. Well, you know what? Let me take this down a more practical route. Let's forget the United States side of things. China does not have an easily, readily available supply of oil like the United States does. So running their economy is a lot more difficult than it is for us because they have to go out into the world and actually find the oil to import, to refine, to then use. So if either side was to say, screw the status quo, let's just mass produce this thing and make it what our economy lives by, it would be China. And so this guy says that the Chinese have this tech, but they're not going to use it to break free of the strategic stranglehold that the United States has on global oil reserves. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. Like you can talk about America all you want and say that you think the government wants to kill everyone and they don't have their best interest in mind. But if you were to go the opposite route, why in the world are the Chinese not going ham with this, considering that if anyone would, out of the two, it would be them for strategic reasons and also economic reasons as well. They have none of the limitations if people want to live in this kind of like a hypothetical route. They have none of the limitations that the United States has in really fleshing out this technology and making the most out of it. So why wouldn't they do it? And it simply, to me, is because it doesn't exist, and this entire thing is fictitious.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just like, yeah.
Man, I thought you were monologuing. I didn't know you were opening up for another debate.
Well, no. I was like, I'm not gonna lie. After the whole gravitic propulsion thing and seeing that there was nothing that even came out of it, it's like, no, I'm like, I just don't believe this thing at all. I think this was just the ramblings of someone who lost their mind, and they sent an email to this fella, and he published it online, and now everyone's running around and believing this guy at face value, which, the U.S. government, I've got to say, of course, I'm a patriot and a proud citizen of this nation, but at the same time, I also have a little bit of hesitancy about things that the government says, because it would be a little bit naive to just blindly trust them on everything. You always have to question most everything that comes out. But at the same time, why in the world are people taking the statements that this guy made in the email at face value, considering that we know absolutely nothing about the guy? And as far as most everyone is concerned, he just started to exist after he died. Because most of, like all of y'all, for the large part, know nothing about the guy, me, myself included. The only time I've known about this guy is after he blew up in front of the hotel. So to take his email and go, we have to believe everything, that seems a little bit crazy, because if we're not willing to believe the U.S. government at all, which we know that they do lie from time to time, maybe with reason, maybe without reason, but other times they've also been truthful, and we're not willing to believe anything that they say, and then this random guy comes on the scene, and we're just going to believe everything he says, that seems to not really make a lot of sense. Because I would still have the same amount of skepticism listening to what he's saying as I would the government. And from what I'm seeing, it doesn't seem like any of this guy's story makes any sense at all as far as the gravitic control side of things. So if you just look at this on a practical implication, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, maybe not. I did put a poll up, by the way, on this one, real quick, because I know everybody wants to weigh in on this one. Looks like 100 people's weighed in so far. The question is, would the government actively try to restrict technology that could eliminate entire industries? 53% said yes, Matt is right. 28% said no, Andrew is right, the enforcer. 11% said yes, enforcer crazy as hell. 9% said no, Matt crazy as hell. So it looks like generally only about 20% of the audience thinks either one of us is crazy as hell. So I guess that's good numbers, a good sign. But 53% said Matt is right. I would have to agree with myself, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't. Well, I'd have to. Well, here's something. Here's some food for thought, Matthew. The internet killed the mail. Like no one mails letters anymore. They just mail boxes.
That's not true.
Well, I mean, like you mail like greeting cards. You don't mail like correspondences. Everyone emails now.
You know, if you're like efficient, you email. But you know, there's a lot of people using the mail.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not as many as it used to be. And the U.S. government said then, you know, have at it. You know, even with that about to destroy an entire government institution back in the day, which was the fear, email just became the thing and completely usurped the mail's power that it had or economic ability in the country. I mean, postal contracts actually used to mean something, man. Like entire companies lived and died off of U.S. postal contracts to deliver the mail. That's how much money was involved in it. And now there's hardly any money involved in transporting letters. And the government didn't hold back that technology. And the government didn't hold back stealth technology or supersonic technology. And they didn't hold back the introduction of the internet. They didn't hold back the introduction of the computer. I mean, hell, it was because of all of the encouragement that the United States government gave throughout the course of the Cold War to technologically innovate that we ended up beating the Soviet Union. Because if any argument was to be made that anyone was holding back an economy and stagnating it, it was the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union didn't want to develop computers. They didn't want to find ways to revolutionize things, to maybe destroy industries, but create new ones in the process. They didn't do any of that, and that's why the Soviet Union is dead and we're still here. The United States is a nation of innovation. That's why we are still technologically far ahead of anyone else in the world. Because if it was true that the United States would hold back technology to maintain the status quo, why is it so that the United States technologically, in the military department that is just seen to the public 15 to 20 years ahead of everything else in the world? Like, it wouldn't make much sense if that was the case.
Me personally, I'm going to take my majority and run with it personally. I'm at 51%, man. I've got the majority here. I see where you're coming from, though. Like, what you're saying makes sense, but I think it assumes that people want to get to the most efficient way. And in my opinion, I don't think people want to get to that. Let me take that back. People want to get to that. The government, the leadership, the people in charge of making sure the country is moving forward economically do not want to get to that.
I would say they would, because like if we were to go down this rabbit hole, the government isn't actually in control of the country. It's actually the rich people that are in charge of the country that lobby the government and tell them what they want. And the rich people in charge are going to want to make as much money as possible. And that means that they need to be as efficient as possible as running their company. That means that they need to employ less people, produce the same amount, or even more at a cheaper price. So that means that they would always be lobbying the government to try and release new and innovational technologies into the public sphere, so that way their companies would get a competitive edge and decrease the amount of cost and increase the amount of profits that these companies were making. If we were to go down that route, then that would make the most sense. And that's what historically the United States has pretty much always done on a historical level, is encourage the introduction of new technologies, so that way that kind of economic progress could be seen.
Well, let me give you a different example, and I want to make this clear before I say it. I do not personally believe these conspiracy theories. I'm simply using this as an example, so I don't think I'm believing this at all, like I'm not. But let's say, for example, you have the medical industry and the cancer industry that treats patients with cancer. Let's say they come out with a cancer cure that you could take and it would cure cancer in one go. Technically speaking, the people in charge of developing and actually manufacturing the cancer cure would be in store to make a lot of money. And you would think that would be what they would want to push, to sell that to as many people as possible and to cure as many people as possible. But that's not actually what, in my opinion, that would actually not be the case under my hypothetical scenario, because it would actually be more costly to treat the problem instead of curing it. So they'd want to keep you in the system to keep milking you for money. If you're looking at it from a purely like sociopathic perspective of just trying to purely make money, you'd want to keep them in there to keep treating them, because you'd make more that way. And unfortunately, I think that is the way it works.
Well, yeah, but if that's true, there would never be such a thing as a vaccine like a vaccine to polio, because you could have made more money trying to just deal with the symptoms instead of curing polio, but they cured polio, and they also cured a whole bunch of other things like measles. Like, there's loads of diseases that existed in the 50s and 60s that
But
just practically don't exist anymore because they were cured, like, just straight up.
but there really wasn't a massive industry to like treating polio. If you got it, you
Yeah.
got it, and you kind of got screwed from it. That was pretty much it.
Oh man, there was loads of industries, man. There was like the iron lung people who produced the iron lungs and then maintained them, and you had to pay the nurses to be there all the time to make sure that you didn't die in your iron lung, and that it was properly ventilating your lungs and helping you to breathe. I mean, there's a whole industry attached to that. I mean, hospitals would be overfilled with just people sitting in beds, just racking up bills. Like no, like there's a load of money in any illness if you look at them like that. Because what's better, giving someone a vaccine where they never get that illness, or possibly having them come in 3 times in their life and sit in a hospital bed for maybe a week or a week and a half and bill them for it and everything else in between. I mean, like every single time, the answer would be to every single illness that there is way more money to be made in never curing anything. But throughout just the course of the past 60 to 70 years, we've cured loads of illnesses and diseases where they hardly even pop up anymore. Like when measles breaks out, people freak out. Like in polio breakouts, people freak out about those because we've literally exterminated them from the populace. They just don't exist anymore.
I'm going to stick to my guns on those. And also, by the way, I want to emphasize this again. I thought I made it clear the first time. I don't believe the cancer cure, like conspiracy theory. I don't believe that. I'm using that as a hypothetical scenario to paint the point that I believe that people are going to chase the money over actually curing and stopping something. Because if they're ending their money stream, that's not going to serve the capitalist, sociopath very well. Because that's the sociopath that would be doing that.
But here's the argument. Here's the argument, though, that I have to make as a counter to that, because I know you're not believing it. But here's another big thing: if you had a cure to cancer, and it will save your life, because cures like the treatments for cancer right now are not foolproof, and you could still quite easily die. So if someone came out with a cure to cancer, why in the world would that not make a lot of money? Because it's literally the cost of saving your life. You could charge anyone for that at that point. You could say that, oh, it takes a lot to produce this thing. It's incredibly expensive. It costs 200 grand. You could do that, and you can make plenty of money still off of that. And so I just still don't see where it would make any sense to withhold that, because sure, there might be an industry that exists now that makes a lot of money, but there could be one that just sweeps their feet out from under them and then makes all the money in exchange. And that's usually how it's always been done.
Yeah, but I think you could milk people for a lot more than 200K though, like for whatever the cure was. Like for example, even if you charged $1 million or something like that, I think doctors bill a hell of a lot more for treatment and things like that than whatever you could charge for the cure. And if you charge something too outrageous for the cure, that's going to be creating a lot of public outrage, and you're not going to be able to keep it there, because then the government might step in and actually say, hey, you can't charge that much for it, or otherwise that's outrageous.
Oh man, Matthew, come on, that wouldn't happen because insulin's insane. Like literally people would die if they don't have...
They got insulin down, man. They got insulin down.
Yeah,
Let me pull that up. Insulin
no,
down.
they removed that again. Like they got it down and then they removed it again, and so now insulin, I believe, is insanely priced again.
No. It's capped. It's capped. It looks like $35 insulin copay cap in Medicare. That is in Medicare. Let's see here. Eli Lilly, a pharmaceutical company, cuts the price by 70% and caps patient costs. Let's see here. No, they've gotten it down, man. Like they have.
Man, I'd heard that apparently there was a time where there was a cap. The cap was then removed, and I thought that was the kind of world we were still in right now, so the cap had been removed.
No, I think the cap is there. I can't name the politician involved in the cap, but they capped it, it looks like. But it appears to be seniors on Medicare. It looks like it could be limited to that, actually.
And so, and if it is limited to that, then that means everyone else is still paying the insane price.
Well, that just means that the other people have to have not private insurance, but whatever the Affordable Care Insurance. I don't know if they call it private anymore or what. I don't understand the healthcare system. I'll be perfectly honest, it's confusing as hell, but they would simply refer to their own insurance at that point.
Interesting. But still, I would say that there wouldn't be that much outrage because, a lot of people would be saying, wow, this is just a miracle that it even exists at all. kind of like most people do with most anything that's a medical innovation. They're like, wow, that's just crazy that it even exists now at all as an option. You know, like a cure for AIDS back in the day. You know, like that's something that kind of exists commonly. But you know what? That's another thing. I mean, hell, that popped up and then was defeated pretty quickly. I mean, people used to just drop dead from AIDS. Nowadays, you can have AIDS and you can just literally live out a natural life because they actually found pretty much a cure for it.
Yeah, it's true. But to paint the picture here, I was about to say about if they raise the cost of it too much, there will be public outrage. Y'all might remember a guy by the name of Martin Shkreli. He was known as the Pharma Bro. He would notoriously go into like this pharmaceutical company that he would acquire. He would jack the cost up of whatever drug it was the company was manufacturing, and then charge that to the people. And then I think their insurance would ultimately pay for it most of the time. But he jacked it up by like a crazy percentage or something. I think it was like, I can't remember for certain. I think it was like 1,000% or something wild like that. And he used the excuse that nobody was actually having to pay for it or something. The insurance company was eating the cost of it. But yeah, I think it turned out that actually wasn't the case. But he got in a ton of trouble for that. They singled him out, actually, because he was acting like such a smartass. They singled him out specifically to get him, even though literally the entire healthcare industry does that. But they got him in specific because he was making himself stand out and be a little too public with it. So, they do that. Occasionally there is some backlash, and they do bring the cost of drugs down.
Yeah, that is interesting to think about. But also, let's see. I'm trying to see.
Also, wait, real quick. Someone said Martin gave scripts away for free too. He did do that. I will give him credit. He did do that. He said he did that at least. I don't know for a fact. He said he did it. But I don't know how often he did that or anything like that. He just claimed it, and that was all we know.
Also, someone said AIDS is a death sentence. You're absolutely incorrect, Enforcer. From what I understand, it was a death sentence back in the day. Nowadays, it really isn't. You can get AIDS now, and you can pretty much survive a fairly normal life. You may lose a few years overall, but you can survive if you afford the treatments. That's what I generally understand, if I'm not mistaken, Matthew.
Say that one more time. Repeat that.
AIDS was a death sentence back when it originally came into being. But nowadays, you can pretty much live a generally long life like anyone would if you're able to afford the treatments.
I believe you're correct. Yeah, I think they have like treatments for it. I don't think there's a cure for it, but they can treat it and kind of like suppress the. I don't know how HIV or AIDS really works, but I think they can suppress it to an extent and let them live a longer life. But it still eventually, I think, gets them.
Yeah, but still, still, I think it does show that when the medical industry can, they try and find a way to prolong people's lives. Because they could have done nothing to prolong these people's lives, and they could have died quickly, and then they could have just charged them to hell and back for the treatments over the few years that they were going to have left to live. But then they didn't, and they actually have some form of a treatment now that can prolong your life even with AIDS or HIV. I believe HIV leads to AIDS, but once again, I'm not a medical expert, so I can't tell you that for certain. But anyways, with that, I hope we had an interesting conversation on that. It looks like a lot of people were invested, have been investing in these conversations tonight a good bit. I hope you'll find them interesting. I know it's not really news related. It's just, a whole bunch of, conversating, but I hope it's still interesting nonetheless, although it's off topic. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also what was interesting, I think it maybe was the polio vaccine. There was some inventor of some sort of vaccine that actually developed it, created it, and then they released it, I think, for free or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually released it for free. And, that's unfortunate that we don't have people that think like that anymore, because that was actually a hell of a thing to do, to actually develop something that crucial and instrumental and make it available to so many people like that. I don't think you'd ever see that happening today. I don't think you'd see that. But you did see it back then. I think, let's see, when was that?
That was like the 30s.
Let's see, I think it was 1955. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks 1955 or so. So that was a long, long time ago. A whole different era and things like that of thinking. So not anymore, unfortunately.
Wait a minute, I want to get this out there though. According to what we know, according to Global Polio Eradication Initiative, there is no cure for polio, but there is treatment to alleviate the symptoms, and the vaccine can generally stop you from getting it in the first place. But there is no cure.
I told you, man. I told you there was no cure for it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like if you have the vaccine, you're pretty much never going to get it. I mean, hardly anyone in the United States gets polio. Let's see, how many cases of polio were there polio cases in the U.S. Let's see how many of them there were. So, the last polio case in the USA was in 1993. Let's see. And then there was another case in 2022 in Rockland County, New York.
Raggy.
But see though, the vaccine doesn't cure polio or anything like that, but it pretty much eradicated it and made it extinct. And you can make loads of money, man, off of, trying to treat polio, but the vaccine completely eradicates that industry altogether of just treating people who get polio, because no one even gets it anymore.
How many people got polio when it was an epidemic?
Dude, a lot. Like, it was loads of them. Let me see if I can actually get you the stats. That doesn't have numbers on it. We need numbers. So here, well, what is this showing? It's like it doesn't give us what the actual lines on the graph are. So
it was 50,000 or so. So see, my point here by asking to pull this up was there was a lot less people with polio, even though it was an epidemic. A lot less people with polio than have cancer. So there wouldn't be as large of a market for it, technically, just speaking hypothetically.
So wait a minute, here we go. Here's what we have. So this is annual paralytic cases of polio in the United States on this graph that has no pixels on it. But beyond that, it was around 600,000 a year until the vaccine was created. Now, if that was an industry, it was an industry. There were 600,000 people who had polio. You had to put them in iron lungs. You had to have them taken care of by nurses the entire time that they were left alive. You billed them for it. It was a great moneymaker. I mean, these people can't even leave. They can't even breathe on their own. As far as on a monetary perspective, these people were literally just like a golden goose. Every day they were alive, the hospital was making money. But once the vaccine comes out and these numbers drop down to literally nothing nowadays, you can see that there is no industry to be had on just keeping people alive who had paralytic polio or any other kind of polio for that matter. So
in contrast, while the polio was at its peak, about 600,000 people getting it, right? Was that per year?
There were 600,000 people getting it per year.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it was hovering. It was jumping erratically from year to year, but around that number. For example, for cancer, at least 2 million a year, at least. So by far, cancers, of course, cancer is going to be a pretty long thing as well. Like, it's going to be drug out for a lot longer. You can either cure polio or you can't. Or I think the people died pretty quick, didn't they? Like, the iron lung thing didn't ensure your survival.
I mean, some people would live for a couple of years. Like, I believe most people who got into the iron lung would live like 3 to 5 more years. But I mean, that's 3 to 5 more years. These people are running up a bill every day they're alive. Every hour they're alive, they're running up a bill.
Yeah. And did they have? I don't want to rabbit hole too much on that, but I was curious. Did they even have insurance back then? But that's a rabbit hole for another time.
Oh yeah, they did. They did have medical insurance back then. That was like a whole thing for the labor unions back then. Was medical, dental, all that kind of stuff. That was really about the time that all started. Was like in the 20s and 30s. So that would have been during the time of polio.
Interesting. I guess they didn't have any of that United Healthcare or anything like that, but that came around later.
Yeah, I guess so. But still, like, I think that if there was a way to cure cancer, it would be out there because it would make a lot of money in its own right. But I'm gonna have to be honest. I don't really think there is a way to cure cancer because you would have to stop DNA from replicating incorrectly in the first place, and I don't even know how the hell you would cure that because that's just a natural bodily process that's done by the trillions every day inside of everyone's body. So it's like, how in the world do you stop cells in the trillions in a single person every day from replicating incorrectly and then turning into a cancerous growth? Like, I don't even know how you would do that.
I don't have a clue either. Like, that's like, obviously there hasn't been anybody that's been smart enough, at least that we know of, to like come up with a proper solution or a cure for that. So I'm definitely not qualified to speak on it. So I don't know. Like, I guess you could try to stop the cells from metastasizing, but that's like simplifying it down to like a stupid level. It's a lot more complicated than that. But
I guess you'd have to just find a way to defeat cancer when it pops up. I don't think there ever could be, like polio, a cure for it. But when it pops up, you can easily defeat it. I guess that's the only way that you could do it. But beyond that,
Usually it's perform surgery. Like they try to remove the cancerous tumor. That's what they do right now to try to treat it. And then they resort to, I think, radiation therapy, chemotherapy, the chemical version of the radiation therapy. And obviously that drags on for some time. Then it can return. Then it might go away. And sometimes you're free of it. But I've seen a lot of cases of people that think they're free of cancer, and then it pops back up like a second or third time or something like that, and then it just takes them out super quick, like the second or third time. So it's just tough.
Yeah, and then if one of the cancer cells gets into your bloodstream, it could just travel anywhere, and then it could pop up in your brain or your lungs or anything, and then it could start replicating there, and then it's caught later because when they're looking for the cancer, they're looking for it where they removed it to see if it's coming back. They're not looking for the possible errant cell that just traveled all the way around your vascular system and then somewhere else into your body and started to once again replicate there. So cancer is a tough one. Like a lot of people always, want to beat the medical industry over the head. I truly do think that there's a lot of sincere people out there. I actually had a professor, Matthew, at UAB, who was involved in trying to find a way to beat cancer at some point before they became a professor. And there are a lot of good intentioned people out there looking for a way to beat cancer. I just think that it's an incredibly difficult and very challenging kind of a thing to beat, and that's why no cure or real good treatment that has been found for it yet that is almost entirely foolproof and effective. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Melinda Grifford Vaughn, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Melinda, for that generous support. They said, for the Corgi Treat Fund, and take a live chat question, and also feel better. And thank you very much, Melinda.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Melinda, and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you once again for making this thing possible, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And we will make sure to get a live chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so the live chat question in honor of Melinda Grifford Vaughn, this one goes to Dejifix, who said, what is Putin gaining by continuing the war?
He is not really gaining a lot. He's planning on gaining in the end. If he wins, he gains a lot. If he loses just about everything. That's kind of why the war keeps on going, but he's not really benefiting at all by keeping it running right now. Honestly, it's just nothing but a daily loss at this point for the Russians with how it's going. But still, I hope that does answer that question well, and thank you once again for the support and sponsoring that live chat. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Uncle Ruckus, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Uncle Ruckus, for that support. He said, Matt called me out. He said, he is still wrong about the trains and innovation. Oh, come on, man. He said, either way, I thank you both for your channel and contributions, and I'll follow this channel forever and listen nightly to sleep and Slav Ukraine and LSA. And thank you very much, Uncle Ruckus, for that support. Uncle Ruckus said in the live chat, he said, Matt's lost. He's lost. I said, no, you're lost, Uncle Ruckus. And he said, oh, man, okay. So he threw in support. But thank you very much, Uncle Ruckus, for the support. I didn't mean it offensively or anything like that. I was just simply, saying that you're lost, and you said I was lost. So, we chalked it up to we'll agree to disagree. But thank you very much for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank Uncle Ruckus for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for the kind words. We love to know that people enjoy the show. And I hope that people have been enjoying thought-provoking conversations that we've been having. Matthew and me usually disagree on those, not just because we have different opinions, but also because it's interesting to have two different sides to a discussion. And I hope y'all been enjoying them tonight, because I've been finding them really fun to talk about, because, usually the news is just belting out the information that we have and what we know, but conversations like that really allow you to mentally stretch your legs and think about creative statements to counter other points, which is always a fun thing to do, at least for me and Matthew. I know Matthew has a fun time with it as well. But still, thank you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I have a very fun time with it. I like it when it gets loud, loud and vigorous, Not really. No, I'm just joking. But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to B-Dub, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, B-Dub, for that support. He said, search Dr. Salvatore Cesar Pi, his patents, great chat. And I already know what that is, B-Dub. I know what that is right now. I think those were actual patents. I think it was having to do with some type of anti-gravity something. But I don't think a patent means necessarily it works the way it says it works. It's just simply a patent patenting some type of technology. But thank you very much for the support. But Enforcer, what say you?
How do you spell that guy's name again?
It's Salvatore, Salvatore, Caesar. CESAR, Pi, PAIS.
PA. All right, let's take a look at him. So, he's from Romania. He's currently working for the U.S. Space Force. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? I know some people in the Space Force. Let's see here.
There it is, the one right there. It's the triangle.
So, how does it work? Like this patent doesn't really show how it works at all. You know, this almost looks like a math equation from algebra class back in school, you know, when you had to figure out the internal volume of a triangle. Like, that's what this almost looks like. And just
I think you
because
explained it back there in the last one, in the paragraph.
in this paragraph here,
Yeah, it's like, it's the fourth bullet point. It says a craft using an inertial mass reduction device, one embodiment of which could be a high-speed hybrid aerospace undersea craft able to engineer the fabric of our reality at the most fundamental level, and the patent application for which was supported by the Naval Aviation Enterprise's chief technical officer on the grounds that the Chinese military were already developing similar technology, and the patent was subsequently approved and published in 2018 and is currently assigned to the U.S. Navy.
Still doesn't really say if it works or not. Let's see. Principal deflect asteroid. Like this one here. The principal stated application of which is to deflect asteroids that may hit Earth for an electromagnetic field generator. And I have been hearing that a lot of comets have been hitting the Earth still. So, actually asteroids. So, I would generally doubt that any of these technologies are actually usable. Because like, here's the thing, like, some people are gonna be like, well, they wouldn't tell you. Well, if they wouldn't tell us, why the hell is there a patent in the patent office for it? You know, like, that kind of gives it away a little bit if you have something like that. Like you will not find a patent, I would assume, for a stealth coding or the exact way that stealth works on an F-35 in the patent office, because it kind of just gives away how it works exactly to foreign adversaries. So that's why I'm thinking that this stuff is most likely just pseudoscience, because you can literally just file a patent, and as long as it's something original looking, I believe the patent office approves it. So, you know, that's kind of my take on this. I don't really think this means much of anything, because let's see here. Plasma compression fusion device. How does it work? Like how do these things work? You know, like,
Well,
beyond,
does Coca-Cola put the recipe in their patent?
I don't believe so.
I think that would be the same thing here.
Yeah, you know, it's like, but
Man, you agree
yeah,
with me.
that's
Man,
a
look at
good
that.
point. That's actually a good point. Yeah, that is a good point right there.
You caught yourself too. You agreed with me on that
Man,
one.
fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Look, you
Y'all
fool
saw
me
that,
once, you
folks.
can't fool
You
me
saw
again.
that. I see. I got him on my side right there. He was about to catch himself, but I got him on my side.
Well, yeah, but still at the same time, though, why would you have a patent for it? If it was that secret, why even have a patent?
Well, I don't understand. Like, it says it's assigned to the U.S. Navy. So why is this guy's name on the patent? Why wouldn't the Navy? Well, I'll take that back. That was a stupid question. There has to be a representative on the patent, and I guess he is the representative on behalf of the U.S. Navy. I guess that would be the case.
I still don't think any of this stuff is legit. Like, you know, like this one right here. The Institution of Engineering and Technology commented that no evidence was presented to show that the device worked, and that the highest temperature superconductor so far created worked at around negative 70 degrees Celsius. So, you know, like, these people were one of the only people I've seen who actually tried to test one of the patents, and they were like, this just doesn't work. Like, you know, like, it's almost like Leonardo da Vinci's drawings for the turtle tank, or any of Leonardo. Like, let me go pull those up. Let me go pull them up. Leonardo da Vinci inventions. And let's just see if I can find them for y'all really quick, so that way y'all can see them. Here they are. Like this thing, the helicopter. That would not work. Just because he drew it does not mean that that's going to work. And someone actually built this thing, and it does not work. The flying thing, the little glider, does not work. Like, someone built it, they tried it, it does not work. The turtle tank, the British Army actually built one of these things, exactly to the drawings that Da Vinci made, and it did not work. Like, these were really cool and really innovational for the time, but they're more so, at least at the time, works of fiction that would not practically work if you built them exactly the way Da Vinci said to build them. And also some people are going to be like, well, maybe the info was lost with Da Vinci. No, he actually had very elaborate drawings like these to show exactly how they'd work. And then people would build them later on, hundreds of years down the road, to see if they actually would work if built, and they wouldn't. So Da Vinci was a great visionary. I mean, no one can really not say that, because these ideas are very abstract for the time, especially for the 15th century, but that doesn't mean that they would work. It's more so like a work of science fiction than an actual practical work that would actually have a function. Because, like, here we go. This right here, the British Army actually built this little wheel set right here that actually was mechanically moved. Like, you would crank it and it mechanically move the vehicle. And it did not work at all. It literally would lock up because mechanically it just simply does not function. So then the British Army had to go and make a whole bunch of changes to actually make it movable. And even then, the actual weight of a wooden tank of this shape, especially of the size that it really would have been, because the British Army built theirs to be smaller, it simply would have been impossible for a manned crew in this thing to actually move it around, and it wouldn't also be able to move over the terrain, because the low wheelbase that it has would pretty much get it stuck on any rock or any uneven surface that it was moving across. So, that's something interesting to point out. But I think these patents are pretty much under the same vein as the illustrations of Da Vinci. They're interesting, but probably do not work. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, it is time for us. Also, someone said, use balsa wood. Da Vinci did not have balsa wood. I'm going to shoot you down. I'm not going to do that meanly, though. I'll explain. When Da Vinci was coming up with the stuff, balsa wood did not exist, for him at least. Let me go show you balsa wood. And let me go here. Let me go show y'all where balsa wood's from. Let's see here. Where? Let's see here. The balsa wood tree, also called the acroma, is native to southern Mexico to southern Brazil, but now can be found in many other countries in the modern day. But at the time that Da Vinci was alive, balsa wood was simply fiction. It didn't exist. There was no wood that was that sparsely dense. Everything in Europe, as far as wood is concerned, was fairly dense. So when Da Vinci was making these illustrations, he was not thinking of an ultralight craft that would work off of balsa wood, because the Americas had not even been discovered when Da Vinci was alive. That would be a couple of decades later. So when he was talking about building these things, he said that they would be able to work with European woods like oak or pine, or much heavier and much more dense kind of a wood. So yes, in the modern day, we can actually make these things work that Da Vinci spoke of, but as he illustrated them and as he explained them with the technology available at the time, they were works of science fiction and just never would actually practically work exactly one-to-one replicas of what Da Vinci was illustrating or writing about. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least for that, because much like this, maybe these patents would work in the future. This guy is filing the patent office. But for now, I would say that scientifically, those things are most likely works of fiction, science fiction, that is, more so than actual things that could just be made tomorrow. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And I thank you so much once again for support. Very interesting point about that guy and his patents. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than Marion Deemer, the longtime channel legend. And thank you very much, Marion, for that massive $50 donation. One of the largest ones of the night. And we appreciate it very much in helping to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible and keep it running these days. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've also got a 20 from Lord Lathos LSA. And thank you very much, Lord Lathos, for that support. They said, we are conflating transmittable with non-transmittable. We cure what could threaten the population in mass, and you can't catch my brain cancer, so no public threat. Why sell a $5,000 cure when you can make millions on treatments?
And I thank you for the support, and that is an interesting concept, Lord Lathos. But nevertheless, wouldn't curing cancer, brain cancer, even if it's not transmittable, be for the public good? Let's say that you, let's forget that it's just a person that could be billed. Let's just say that this is a person like you, Lord Lathos, let's just say hypothetically that you're a scientist involved in a very important field of government work. Wouldn't saving the life of a person like that be crucially important in the long run? And so wouldn't a cure for cancer be a good one to have? I mean, like for example, FDR got polio. He was a president of the United States. Well, he actually got it, I think, while he was the Secretary of the Navy. But FDR got polio and eventually became the president of the United States. Wouldn't it have been better if we had been able to get a vaccine for polio and pretty much stop the transmission of it far earlier at that point, so that way our president didn't end up becoming a cripple because of a extremely horrendous virus? And I'm sure that many people would say, I mean, if we can go out of our way to come up with something that would ensure that the president didn't end up becoming a cripple, because it was an option. I'm sure many people would say that that would be a great thing. And I would say that, in my opinion, looking at the implications of cures for different kinds of cancer, like in your example, brain cancer, I would say that that is a very important thing, because while a company may not be able to make a lot of money off of trying to treat what you have, there is still a lot of money that you would make by surviving that would increase the tax base and the overall efficiency of the republic. So I would say that while the medical industry wouldn't be making the money would still be made elsewhere by you being a still alive person without brain cancer and working a normal job like everyone else does in this country and paying taxes. And that's also kind of how I look at it. That's kind of why the medical field exists in the first place as it does in the modern day, is because we're generally trying to stop people from dying and living as long as possible. The longer people live, and the less of them that are dying, the more of them that are working. And the more people are working, the more things are made. And the more things that are made, the more money is made. And the more money that is made means that there's more taxes. And more taxes means that we can spend government money on more things and do more. And then in return, the increased infrastructure helps more people to have children. And then these children are born, and then they grow up to start working like everyone else, to make money, to then increase the tax base, so that way we can then buy more things, and the cycle goes on and on. So in my opinion,
How come it's not working so well right now?
Say what?
How come it's not working so well right now? Like, for example, the birth rate's plummeting through the floor, and the healthcare is going to hell. Like, it's not really working that well right now.
I couldn't explain that one. I think that has more to do with cultural factors than anything. I'll be entirely honest, but everyone comes up with a different answer for what the cultural factors of that are. But that, I would say that it's probably just a lot of people have lost hope, or something along those lines in a lot of these countries. But also, go ahead.
I say, you think so? I was thinking, me personally, it's probably more like financial things. It's probably the reason why they're not having kids, mainly.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a part of it, but at the same time, Matthew, you know as well as I, growing up in the world we live in these days, sometimes you just see people living certain kinds of lives, and then you wonder, do you really want to bring children into that kind of a world,
Yeah, and I think another huge part of it is social media has destroyed our generation, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist here. I'm not trying to be sound depressed or anything like that. I'm not depressed, by the way. But social media has destroyed the young generation. People don't know how to socialize anymore. And the ones that do know how to socialize have a very hard time finding others that want to socialize, because most don't. So it's just really weird. I'll be honest. The nicest people I've ever met in my entire life have been not from my generation. They've been from generations of that fought in World War II and things like that. Some of the kindest people I've ever known are people that were from that generation. In fact, we bumped into one yesterday that just spoke to us randomly when we were going around somewhere to go do some errands. One that spoke randomly. I was like, well, that's a very nice fellow there. And it looks like he probably fought in the war because he was that old. You won't find young people doing that because they seem to be a little bit askew these days. But that's just me.
I would say if I had to come up with a answer as to why there's not really a lot of kids being born these days, I would say that it generally has to do a lot with how things have gone over the past 70 years, and also not to talk specifically on what Matthew talked about, to talk about a whole new lens. There isn't really going to be a need for a lot of people to be alive in the future, which is a very kind of a morbid thing to talk about, but I think it's something that we all need to look at and understand that it's going to be coming down the pipe. For all of human history now, the fact that more people meant you could make more things and life got better for everyone was always the formula. Like always. More people meant more stuff could be made, and that meant that people's lives were better. But now it's the other way around. people don't even need to exist for things to be made, especially with how automation is beginning to take over heavily in this country. A lot of people will never have a job. That's just a fact, especially with how much automation's starting to move in now, even into just basic low skill jobs like fast food jobs. All of those people who used to cook that food, who used to man the cash registers, the managers, they're not needed. They're gone. They're and much like many industries, hell, even in Amazon warehouses, eventually that all those jobs will be automated and those people will be gone. And so, with that in mind, the Republic of the future doesn't even need a large amount of people to make it function. Much like a modern warship doesn't even need a lot of people. Back in the day, like on the battleship Iowa, we had thousands of people on board that ship. I believe it was about 3,600 to make that vessel run. And now a ship these days of a similar size only needs about 300 something people on board to have that vessel function properly, because everything's been automated, and everything's going to be automated like that throughout the rest of the nation. It's already happening at this point. And I think that that's kind of why we see in most highly developed countries like the United States, the Western world, and even countries like China, which are behind us but still on that developmental curve like we are, the populations are declining because a lot of people are seeing it just doesn't really seem like people have a place in this kind of world anymore. You know, there's not a job to fill. There's not a purpose because everything's being replaced with automation. Maybe that's the reason why. And I think that's also a reason why there's a bit of a conundrum, because a country like Japan wants people to have children. Really, every country in the world that's starting to deal with population crises want their citizens to have children. But at the same time, there's an issue that they're also automating rapidly to the point that these children will grow up in a world where they don't even have a place, where they don't even fill a real job.
I think most people really don't factor in big picture things like that when they decide to have children. It's mainly a fact of whether or not people can find partners or not. That's the main thing. And if most people are not going out because things are moving to more of an at-home basis, like work from home, you enjoy your entertainment from home, like Netflix and things like that. You're not even going to the movie theater anymore. And you don't even really have to go out and get groceries anymore if you don't want to. You can get them delivered right to your house, and that's available to everybody now. You don't have to be rich to have that. You can get that as anybody. You don't even have to leave if you don't want to. And when a lot of people start thinking, oh, I'll just live my own life and I'll stay in and I don't have to go out and I only go out when I want to, that really starts subtracting a lot of people from the social pool that can be found typically where people find partners. That subtracts them from the situation where they find them. And it creates a problem where people then start getting into loneliness. They can't find partners. They start doing online dating apps, which are just a cesspool. And it just goes spiraling out of control from there. It's just unfortunate. Like, I think we've had a lot of technological advancements that have been a really big help to make people's lives easier. But in the pursuit of making people's lives easier, I think we've also sapped the lifeblood from life itself at the same time. I'm getting really philosophical here, but it's sort of like that. It seems like it to me. It seems like America does not have the spark that it once had, that people really wanted to be around each other. And then politics really got it worse. And social media allowed people to start getting in echo chambers where they really started getting bad politically and starting creating factions where they hate each other so bad. So there's just a lot of things, but mainly I think the common thread is it's social media that caused it.
I think one of the biggest issues that this country and many in the Western world are going to be facing and already are facing is how to embrace modern technology, but also enrich the lives of the citizenry to make it to where they would want to have a family and children in the first place, to actually make life have that kind of a meaning to do something like that. I think that is a major issue. And I also think that that's a reason why there's a major mental health issue these days, is that we aren't really fixing the crux of the issue, that people's lives are not enriched. And I'm not saying that, you have to have some sort of a profound experience or anything like that. I'm just saying that your life has to be enjoyable and happy enough or joyful enough that you would find it suitable to have social interactions on larger scale, so that way people can meet each other, get married, and have children. Because we already do know that fertility is a major issue in countries like the United States and many others, and I think that's because across the board, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman or of any different race or religion. Many people are not finding this enrichment that used to exist in so many prior generations, but because of the introduction of modern technology and a complete lack of balancing this introduction of the new with the enrichment of the old, we're not really seeing the same kind of, I guess you could say, birth rate or output that's been seen in the past. So but I think that's going to be a major issue. I do not know how to fix that. It's certainly an issue. And I don't think anyone really knows how to fix that yet, because everyone's having an issue with it, except for countries in the third world where this kind of a issue hasn't arrived to them yet. But once the issue gets to them, to the continents of Africa, to the Middle East, and to places like Southeast Asia, we are going to see that they have the exact same issues. And so we'll see how they deal with it. We'll of course have to deal with it before them. But I don't really know what the fix to that would be. But anyways, with that, I hope we address that well. Maybe not the most optimistic or bright sounding thing, but hopefully we can find a good and happy solution to a unhappy issue eventually. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Real quick, the solution to it would be this, and it's impossible to stop it because we have to keep advancing technologically, or otherwise we'll fall behind as a nation. But, for example, why do we need AI? Like, seriously, like everybody's like, oh, like AI is cool. And yes, it is cool. It's cool, and it can also make lives easier, once again. But at the same time, though, AI is going to lead to automation. It's going to lead to surveillance. It's going to erode at liberties. It's going to erode at your social life and everything like that. And it's going to lead to actually a ton of negative side effects instead of the positives that it actually causes. And in reality, what is the positives of it? In my opinion, speeding things up and making them more efficient, that's what's led to the current problem we've got. How efficient do we need to get until we become robots? And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to live, decent lives and not become robots. We're humans. We're not machines. So that's just my part in it. That's what I think. But anyways, moving on from that, because it is getting late. This one goes to Kim Ott, who puts in a $20 donation. But before we get to Kim Ott's super chat, by the way, actually, let's go ahead and get it. Well, I'll return back to this other one. But Kim put in that 20, and thank you very much, Kim, for that support. He said, for the Enforcers Cough Medicine Fund.
And I got to thank you so much for the support and supporting the Cough Medicine Fund, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be coughing here on air. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Barbaro, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that very generous support, one of the largest ones of the night. And Andrew said, do not fear the unknown, just out of fear of the unknown. Learn more and know more, and fear less. I will say forever.
And LSA, and I'd agree with that. Very deep, Andrew Barbo. But still, thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Daniel Hardy, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Daniel, for that support. He said, Enforcer, take a lot of rest.
And thank you so much for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so I will be trying to get a good bit of rest, but it's always a little tough, especially because of the cough. I got like no sleep last night. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one is going to go to Lord Lathos LSA once again, who puts in a 20. And thank you once again, Lord Lathos, for the second support of the night. They said, yes, that's true for a nation. However, the government is not the driving force. It's economics. And we cure polio as fast as we could. And big pharma. And I do have glioblastoma, brain cancer. And also, I'm very sorry to hear that, by the way. Goodness, I'm very sorry to hear that. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to say, thank you for the support, Lord Lathos LSA. I hate to hear that you do have that kind of a brain cancer. But beyond that, I would say that you certainly do bring up some interesting points. And I'm sure that they're heavily inspired because of your experiences with the medical field. And I do believe that there are some considerable changes that should be made to how the medical field functions in this country. Because there are some very serious issues underlying the majority of it that always plagues many people. It plagued me going and getting a second opinion. Getting a second opinion for someone to say I have acute bronchitis and to get some cough medicine, it cost $350 just to go to it. And that's why when people are like, go get a second opinion, I'm like, y'all, I don't think y'all understand. Second opinions are very expensive, like incredibly expensive to go get. And so it makes it and by the way, that's what copay with insurance, just letting y'all know. So it's not exactly a cheap, easy thing to do. So I do understand what people are talking about with that. And, you know, and I wish I could rabbit hole a lot more. I just saw that we're 3 hours and 30 minutes in, which is shocking to me. It feels like it's only been 2. But there's a load of things with the medical industry that has changed a lot over the past 100 years. Due to a whole myriad of factors. We could spend hours talking about them, but I believe that there needs to be a fix to that as well. There's a lot of fixes that need to be made. Still doesn't detract that the United States is an amazing nation among with many others that are in this Western world, but I think that we certainly need to start looking into ways to fix and change these things so that way it works for the entirety of the citizenry. So with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Riley KSU Fan, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Riley, for that $10 support. And I do not see a comment attached to it, but thank you very much once again for supporting the channel and being an LSA fan in addition to a KSU fan. And we appreciate that very much. And we also have another super chat that just came in from Adam McLean, longtime channel legend as well, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Adam, once again for that support. He said, you guys never let me down and never.
And thank you so much for the support, Adam McLean, and thank you so much for the kind words. I've been seeing you ranting and raving about the rabbit holes that we've been having tonight in the live chat, and I gotta thank you for the kind words and really enjoying the channel and supporting it so that we can stay on air and talk about all kinds of interesting things every single night. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Digifix, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much as well, Digifix, for that support. He said, for the pizza fund.
And thank you so much for the support, Digivix. Crazily enough, we actually had pizza yesterday. We had stuffed crust pizza, and it was so freaking good. I was the one who did customized the toppings. I put pepperoni, sausage, and bacon on it. Oh, it was so good. It was insanely good. It was so good, we got in a fight over who was going to have the last slice. I'm just kidding. Matthew was like, it's mine. And I was like, dang it. But still, it was that good that we were like, kind of like battling for the slices. So thank you so much for the support of the Pizza Fund, because I think we'll probably be getting pizza again here soon, probably stuffed crust. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Khan, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Khan, as well. He said, Bashar al-Assad, poison? Question mark. And do you guys think that Putin will remove Assad the same as Prigozhin? And Putin's answer to all problems is to remove them. And how long do you think Assad has until the balcony issue? Khan, I would say this. I would say that al-Assad's a little bit different from Prigozhin. Prigozhin was an active threat to Putin's power. Al-Assad is not. But at the same time, I think he might get rid of him eventually to get revenge for him basically causing Russia to lose Syria. I think Putin is going to blame that on Bashar and probably end up taking him out for it. That's my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say Assad's probably just going to live out his life as he does in Russia, because he's not really a threat to the Russian power or anything like that. He's kind of like a guest, so he probably will not be getting thrown out a window anytime soon, at least in my opinion. Also, we really don't know if he was poisoned or not. That story came from a tabloid, and I've never really seen any more confirmation for it beyond that. So he may have been poisoned, may have not been poisoned. The jury's out on that one right now, at least for me. I can't really tell for certain. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we just got another $50 super chat. This time it's from Activista, who's another longtime channel legend. And dang, thank you very much, Activista, for that massive support as well. And they said, you need a follow-up visit to your primary to get a 3 to 5 day script for steroids. And small sips of very fizzy Coke will cut the persistent cough at night and take care of you.
And thank you so much for the support, Activista. And I might have to follow up on that recommendation, because hopefully I can eventually get this done and over with. It's been lasting for a while now, since the 22nd, so it's been about 2 weeks now. So hopefully it eventually goes away. I'm hoping it's soon. But still, thank you so much once again for support and the recommendation and the ideas there, because I might have to take you up on that. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And also, Stantry Sinro said in the live chat, don't forget the 100 from Marion. And I almost forgot it, not because I forgot to put in the spreadsheet, but I actually forgot to go up and scroll up to the top. Because the spreadsheet's gotten very long now, and I forgot to go up and look. So sorry about that, Marion. We're going to return to that super chat right now. And it was a $100 donation, the largest one of the night from Marion Deemert, of course. And thank you very much, Marion, once again, for the second support of the night. And they said, you guys rock, and I wish you the best of the best, and good night. And also, thank you very much, Marion, for the kind words. And I wish you the best of the best. But Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you for that insanely massive support, Marion Deemert. And I hope that we didn't forget your 50 as well, because I saw
we got that one. We got
okay,
that one.
Okay, good. Because I was wondering about that one. It's like, did we miss them in bulk? We're Costco guys. Of course we miss Super Chats in bulk. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support. And thank you for saying that we rock. You rock, Marion, for supporting us and helping us to stay on air and talk what we talk every single night. Tonight's been a lot more philosophical than normal, to be entirely honest. I've really liked it because it's fun to get into stuff and talk about it in kind of a deeper way. We really actually enjoy doing that stuff a lot off air. We just kind of like we kind of curtail it on air, to be entirely honest. We kind of go with the more jokey side of things and a little less analysis, because we know that a lot of people like to enjoy the night and get some laughs more so than hear deep philosophical stuff all the time. But I'm glad to hear that a lot of people have been enjoying it, and I thank you so much for throwing in some really kind words. And of course, thank you for being a old guard and channel legend of the Lee Spring Army and continuing to help this thing to keep on running. So a massive thanks once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And I know me personally, I think people in the audience do enjoy it. Obviously, I'm with the Enforcer. We don't talk about it a lot, and we really shouldn't talk about it a lot because, even though it is reality to an extent, no need to dwell on things you can't change and negative things 24/7. That's not a good way to live. But a lot of people stay thinking about these problems, and it actually bothers quite a lot of people. And me personally, I must say it bothers me to a pretty large extent because I'm kind of worried for our generation and where it's actually going to end up. Because, you always hope that things are going to get better instead of getting worse. And for pretty much every generation before us, they've gotten better instead of getting worse. They've gone through rough patches throughout people's lives, but they haven't gotten like progressively worse or anything like that. So hopefully it doesn't start like that for our generation. But moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Margaret Hemsley, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Margaret, for that support as well. And Margaret said, why was Germany called the Holy Roman Empire? And please explain. And Aussies will know the reference. And may this new year be the best year for LSA and the Enforcer channel.
Thank you so much for the support. And that is a very interesting question that actually has such a deep answer. I don't even know if I can answer it because I remember why it was called the Holy Roman Empire. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Charlemagne the First was the one who largely was responsible for the creation of the Holy Roman Empire. I also believe that he was the king of the Franks. I believe he actually was the king of the Franks and the Holy Roman Empire simultaneously, if I'm remembering my history correct. I may be wrong with that, because this early medieval era of history where the Holy Roman Empire pretty much emerged is not really a strong suit of mine. But beyond that, the Holy Roman Empire is called the Holy Roman Empire because it was ordained by the Pope, because the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire had to be officiated by the Pope. So it was ordained by God to exist as a protectorate and an empire of the peoples of this land to protect them from external threats, specifically that of pagans. And that could be anyone. Like, that could be the Turks of the future, for that matter, that came from the Balkans. Or it could be the Slavic pagans of the East. But it was generally meant to create the Christian people of the modern-day lands of Germany, and also kind of the surrounding areas as well, because it included Austria, Bohemia, which is nowadays the Czech Republic, and a significant swath of Poland. But still, I hope that addresses that somewhat well, at least from my historical understanding of the beginning of the Holy Roman Empire. But the Holy Roman Empire was a freaking mess. Like, it was made up of hundreds of princely states. It was extremely weak. I mean, like, the actual central emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was wildly weak, really didn't even matter. The electors were the ones who really held all the power because they were the largest princely states of them all and could really do whatever they wanted to. And over time, you'd see that the princely states would just pretty much envelop the smaller ones around them over the next several hundred years, until eventually the Holy Roman Empire was killed by Napoleon, I believe with a treaty of, I forgot what it was. It was a treaty made in southern Germany the Treaty of the Rhine, I believe it was, that finally dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, which had practically ceased to exist already by that point, and then it created the German Confederation states of the South, and then Prussia went on to become its own independent thing, and then Prussia was generally the sole country that would create Germany as we see it today, a land of the German people, and that was also its own thing with Otto von Bismarck and all that, but still, pretty interesting stuff. Just that, unfortunately, I don't really know the exact origins of the Holy Side, but I believe it had to do with the ordaining of the emperor and the Roman Empire of that sort by the Pope. But still, thank you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is gonna go to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, AMX10, for that support. They said, I've been a bit busy today, but did you hear about the threat made by phone on a flight in New Zealand?
I did not. Unfortunately, I feel like that falls under the petty crimes that we unfortunately don't really get to cover much because there's so many of them that happen in the world. But there's been a lot of wild ones lately, like that idiot with the pipe bomb up in Idaho the other day here in America. We got to that one because it was kind of within the rash of the terror attacks that had happened. But sadly, I didn't hear about that one. But it sounds like it would have been interesting. I wish we had been able to look into it, and I wish we could cover some of the petty crime. That's not really a petty crime, though, but at least compared to what we cover, it's more on the petty crime side of things compared to the grand stuff that we cover. You know, it's like front-wide, continent-wide stuff. But I wish we could have heard about it because, unfortunately, I missed that one today. But still, thank you once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Butchie the Crouton, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Butchie, for that support as always. And we appreciate that very much. Sadly, though, no comment to address. But thank you for helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 5 from Carlos Garcia, who says, I'm a simple man. I see the videos on my front page and I click. And your videos provide me an excellent source of background noise, and I appreciate it.
And thank you so much for the kind words and the support. I'm glad to hear that you really do love the channel and enjoy the stuff we put out. Matthew's actually been playing around with a new video editor today. I've been wildly impressed with it. I thought I'd tell you all that at this point, not leave it without.
I posted about it on Patreon, by the way.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. Matthew's actually stoked because he's gotten into the video editor. He does pretty damn good at it already. And he was talking today about possibly going out and doing in-person documentaries on the spot, which I've always been a big fan of. I've wanted to do them. And since Matthew's having a fun time with a video editor, it also appears that he's starting to get on board too. So we might actually start to do that here in the future and travel around a little bit and make some really cool videos about stuff inside the country or really more abstract topics at large. But still, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address it well, and I hope that those are some other videos that you'll be able to click on and really get some enjoyment out of here in the future. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And if you are curious, it's one of the only few Lost Enforcer videos that there will ever be. Like a series of Lost Enforcer videos, there's only one of them, and it's the one I'm working on right now. It was the nuclear power video that never got quite off the ground, and sadly, it'll never be off the ground because the footage, while it was very well shot, and also the Enforcer did his narration good, it just didn't quite pull together to meet the standards of a video that we really want. So it'll always remain basically an example video, and I'm using it to basically hone all my skills, like with like background, B-roll, audio mixing, everything like that. I'm using the footage to actually do some tests, but it actually turned out to be somewhat of a viable, I guess you could say, like workable 3-minute long video that was actually done. So it's not much of a storyline to it. It's just kind of like a sequence of shots, but kind of cool. Maybe one day we'll post like an actual sample of the video on our Patreon or something like that. But moving on here to our next one, this one goes to Sully Canuck, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Sully, for that support. They said, sorry I'm joining late, but have you already talked about the weird stuff falling from the sky on the East Coast?
I thank you for the support. Unfortunately, I haven't because I haven't heard anything about it. So with that, thank you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ghostmorn, who puts in a 5, and said, here's to vast tracts of land and vast tubs of butter. LSA, USA.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I thank you so much for helping us to hoss it on up. And I was happy to see that a lot of people got a laugh out of that joke, because sometimes we make jokes about the United States. You know, I love the United States, but also there's some good jokes to be made, and some people get really offended by them for no reason. But I was loving to see that a lot of people were getting a laugh out of that one. So thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, Sully said, I'm talking about the stuff that looks like fog or snow. And Sully, I do know what you're talking about. I don't think the enforcer has seen it, but I do know what you're talking about. And unfortunately, I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. It could be anything. So, you know, also, what's the location?
Heard about that, by the way.
So he said the East Coast. Is it happening around the same area where the drones were spotted? Because if so, I might eventually just fly up there and go check out that area for myself and see if I can spot the fog or the drones and see what's going on up there at this point. That might be our first video maybe. But anyways, I'm not sure what's going on to answer your question. But moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Neil Vizanot, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Neil. He said, enforcers, if you want to laugh, look up videos of Europeans going to the Waffle House for the first time.
Oh, yeah. You like, those are good videos. Really, Europeans going to anything inside the United States is always a wild, funny video because you don't really know how different the United States is culturally from Europe as just as an amalgamation of nations until they come over here or we go over there. I'll be honest though, Europe, when we went to Europe, the only place I've been to in Europe was the UK. It was really different. Like, fast food does not exist in the UK. Like, well, some British people are going to be like, what? No, it does. Not compared to what America has. Like, fast food is practically like a novelty in the UK compared to the staple it is in America. Bottled water doesn't really exist in the UK either. So you just, you're parched. Like, there's no water. So you've got to sit down in a restaurant to actually get water. That was also a wild thing as well. Another interesting thing about the UK is that while it is a small country, it's about the size of the state of Alabama, it is vast in size. Like, it's deceptively small. Well, it's deceptively large, actually, for its size. It takes a long time to get from place to place in the UK. It's not like you can just, go on a trip from London to Edinburgh by car and just do that in a day. No way you could ever do that. Like, at least in our experience, it would take like 2 days to get to Edinburgh by car because of the traffic. There was like a whole bunch of other interesting things as well, like the changing of accents. Like, we have major regional accents inside the United States, but we do not have accents that vary from mile to mile. Moving from village to village, accents can change completely and be totally distinct just for that one village. And that is a massive cultural shock, especially for many American English speakers, because a lot of those accents end up becoming unrecognizable. They almost don't even sound like English. At least that's how it was for some folks. Well, really everyone in my family except for me. I was able to generally understand everyone. Everyone else hardly understood anyone. So that was also a really interesting thing. And also one other crazy thing about Britain is that trains are like legitimately usable in the UK. Here in America, they're usable in the Northeast Corridor. Elsewhere, they're kind of like a novelty kind of a thing. In Britain, it was a viable, hardy form of transportation, which is a very cool thing, really about the rest of the world, except for the United States. And I wish that we would bring that back here, because it really is something. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Burnaby Alex, who puts in a 5 and says, letter reads a bit like the wild card line on the Art Bell show from back in the 90s.
And I thank you for the support. I wish I knew what that was, but unfortunately, I think I'm lost on that one. But still, thank you once again for the support, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see, it's Vic RL, who puts in a 5, and thank you very much, Vic, for that support. He said, pineapple juice is the best cough suppressant.
And I gotta say, pineapple juice is pretty acidic, actually. Like, it's good. Like, I like drinking it here and there, like, sparsely. My favorite juice is apple juice. I really love apple juice. I think it's like my favorite kind of juice of them all. But I still thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Burnaby Alex once again, who puts in a 5 and says, last time we tested wormhole travel, the astronaut came back to Planet of the Apes and complained about how we blew it all up.
Yeah.
Whoa, Jack, are you good?
I get the reference. I get it. But still, thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. I laughed right there, and that's why I started coughing, and now it's really acting up. But still, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Greg Francis, who puts in a 5 and says, appreciate your unbiased take on world events, hoping for a better 2025, and thanks for the dedication.
And thank you so much for enjoying it. We are always happy to try and deliver. Hopefully we deliver. I'm hoping we don't fail every night. But beyond that, we're always happy to talk about all kinds of stuff if we're able to talk at all. That's getting really tough for me right now because I laughed like once, and now my lungs are like, okay, you're going to pay for that one. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Enforcer Dog Jaya, once again, who puts in a 5 and says, feel better soon, Enforcer, and Happy New Year to you both. And Happy New Year to you as well.
And Happy New Year to you as well. And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible. So a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Thomas Martin, who puts in a 5 and says, FYI, AFI, aka cancer, is a lot of different conditions, and some cancers are more difficult than others, treatment-wise and severity. LG, LAV, LSA.
Oh yeah, and that's true. We didn't cover that because that's like a whole different rabbit hole. But yes, pretty much every cancer is different. Not like, like each cancer is totally distinct per individual, but there are tons and tons and tons of different kinds of cancers that each individual could be afflicted with. And that's also what makes finding a cure, or really more so an efficient treatment for cancer, that much more difficult, is that kind of like, hopefully YouTube doesn't get me for this, because this is talking about the family of viruses as a whole, kind of like coronavirus.
Careful. Oh, careful.
Well, there's hundreds of them. I mean, we're not talking about that one. We're talking about all of them, because there are hundreds of them. It's pretty much impossible to beat them, because there's so many different strands of it, that if you find a fix for one, you still haven't found a fix for the several other hundred that exist. So that's also another very difficult thing about cancer as well. But still, I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Nick Nelson, who puts in the 2. And thank you very much, Nick, for that support. He said the FBI says the Las Vegas bomber was suffering from PTSD.
And interesting. I have a feeling it had to have been something a little extra. I'm sure they'll say that in a couple of days. I'm starting to lean a lot more towards it's probably schizophrenia as well. Maybe he started to be afflicted by that recently, because that email, it comes off to me schizophrenic. Like, that's my opinion. I'm not a licensed professional or anything like that. But it seems to me like he may have been having a schizophrenic episode as well, tied together with PTSD. And that combination could have been a fatal one in his instance, unfortunately. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to King Epics, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, King Epics. He said, how close to the world to World War III? And I love the channel.
And thank you so much for loving the channel. I'd say that we're still a good ways away. Of course, a good ways. It looks like we're on the very edge right now. But as far as actually getting into World War III, that's a pretty big move. We're probably still a good ways away from it. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. But still, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one is going to go to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Kyle, as well for that support. He said, LSA is the best news around, and I love the LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words, Kyle Padell. And, of course, long live the LSA, and the LSA will never die. And with that, thank you so much once again. We are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Marc-Andre Burnett, who puts in a 2, along with Plazath, who also puts in a 2 and does not leave comments. But thank you very much, Mark and Plazath, for always sticking around on the channel and supporting it as well. And we appreciate you both. And we also have a 2 from Burnaby Alex once again. And he says, 79 Super Train TV series based on a nuclear train.
Thank you for the support, and I will try and look into that after the stream and see what I can find about it. But still, thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running and helping it keep on rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one. Also, someone said schizophrenia is diagnosed much younger. Let's go pull that up. I know it's late, but I want to go see. Can a person develop schizophrenia?
What is schizophrenia, like that disassociation mental illness where you're not sure if you're in reality or not?
Let's see here. I'm trying to see, because I do know that schizophrenia can make people have delusions or more so illusions as well, of just seeing invisible, non-existent people, and a whole wide myriad of things. Because schizophrenia is kind of like a cancer. There's like hundreds of different kinds that people can be afflicted by. But let's see. Can a person, in some people, Schizophrenia appears suddenly and without warning, but for most it comes on slowly, with subtle warning signs and gradual decline in functioning, long before the first severe episode. Often friends or family members will know early on that something is wrong without knowing exactly what. So let's see what else
That's kind of vague. Hey,
Yeah,
something's wrong with him. I'm not sure what though.
later in life. So yes, there is a condition called late onset schizophrenia where symptoms appear after the age of 40, although most people are diagnosed with schizophrenia during their late teens to early 30s. So it would be incorrect to say, at least according to the AI overview, that everyone's diagnosed as children, because late teens to early 30s, that's a young adult, that's not a child. And you can also even develop schizophrenia beyond that in your 40s. That would seem a little bit odd to me, that a more so a psychological condition like schizophrenia can only manifest at your youth stages, because that would more so suggest that it is a genetic defect than that of a neurological or psychological condition. And from what I understand, schizophrenia is largely a psychological condition. And while you may have genetic susceptibility to developing schizophrenia, it doesn't guarantee that you will be a schizophrenic. So once again, it comes down to more so being a psychological issue. So maybe he did turn into a schizophrenic. I'm not gonna rule it out. To me, it seems like the most likely thing, because schizophrenic people usually do attach themselves to odd delusions, and to me, knowing our scientific understanding, or at least logical understanding of the world, from what I'd understand it, which could be wrong, it seems to me like he may have been developing schizophrenia from what the email and the contents of it said. And also, really quickly, I do want to put this out there, because every time I say that now, I feel really bad for that fella, Matthew, that runs that podcast, to put that email out, because you said, oh, that might hurt his reputation. I don't think that should hurt that guy's reputation at all, by the way, that he put that email out. But I mean, he got sent it. I mean, like, if it was sent to CNN, they would have put it out too.
You know how the internet works. Like, people are not forgiving on stuff like that. Like, that could wreck him. I'm not hoping it wrecks the guy, because I've listened to the guy's podcast before. I think generally he tries to stay politically neutral. Actually, he's brought on some people from all sides of everything to talk, and he really tries not to really take a side on it, which is kind of respectable. You don't see that very often these days. He's brought on some loonies before, and he actually called them loonies, which I respected as well, because he literally said those people were full of crap. And I didn't buy anything they said, and it was his own guests that he brought on. So, he will call people out eventually.
I don't know the fellow a lot. I have a feeling you know him more than me, but I'm going to throw my hat in the ring early, and I'm going to say that it would be wrong for people to start mobbing this guy with pitchforks and stuff, because he put the email out. I mean, he was the guy who got the email. If anyone else had gotten the email, they would have published it. So I would say that that'd be entirely wrong if the internet just mobbed this dude for putting out an email that he happened to receive from the guy who actually blew himself up. Like I feel like that would be a screwed up thing if people did that to the guy, because he pretty much has a diligence, kind of a duty to release that to the public, considering that this was pretty much this guy's manifesto in the form of an email. If a manifesto had been given to CNN from some deranged lunatic conducting a shooting, they would have published it. So I don't know why people would be possibly going after this guy with pitchforks, because I know Matthew's right. The internet is a pretty virulent place sometimes. I think it's wrong if people go after that guy with pitchforks, because he was just doing his part of putting it out there, considering that it was sent to him. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. With that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one here goes to Burnaby Alex, who puts in a 2 once more and says, I was hoping for a rabbit hole on the nuclear super train.
And I thank you for the support. Sadly, we really can't get into one because it is getting pretty late, although I just went into one rabbit hole right before that. Sorry about that. But I do thank you so much for
the support. Rabbit hole?
Yeah, because I'm fighting this cough the whole time I'm talking. But
That's
I do,
right, man.
Yeah. If I sounded exasperated, I was trying to fight the cough right there. I'm about to turn it into RFK. We're about to put tallow in the fries. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And we will try and look into the nuclear train soon. But with that, thank you once again, and we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is actually going to go to our live chat questions. It's time for our live chats now at the very late hour of the stream. We had our Morse code decoders tonight, the entire roster of them. Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J., Paul Schultz, David Millsap, Royal Fluffiness, and Arabelle Garbo. They said the Morse for tonight says, quote unquote, Ukraine will hold the lines and keep the Russian forces at bay. Long live the Western world, LLT, LSA.
And ding, 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 ding. Shh, that's the sound of money, and y'all got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. And I got to congratulate y'all for that. Y'all have gotten that correct for 1,045 days in a row, and we'll continue to get it correct time and time again. And so a massive shout out to y'all. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Valley Forge, who says, do you think that Russia would start selling off their land to make up their losses?
Oh, no. They probably wouldn't do that. I don't really think anyone's into doing that these days. That's more of like a 19th century thing. So I would say most likely not. I could be wrong though, but I would generally think not the case. But with that, we were.
I'm just imagining in my head like Russia just like chopping up some bricks of land and putting for sale signs on them and be like,
Yeah.
Here you go, we'll just sell this chunk off today. We got to make up some losses, buddy. You know, the losses they're taking though, you can't like fix those. Like once they're done, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like they're just screwed. You know, it's like there's no way they can even sell the land to help themselves out. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Bruh, who says, what's your thoughts on the United States possibly getting Greenland as a territory?
Bruh. That, to me, like, that your name answers the question. That's goofy to me. Like I don't know.
Wait. Enforcer, I got some news for you, though, before you say it's goofy. Greenland came out today and said they want independence from Denmark. So it actually might not be as goofy as it's sounding, actually.
Oh, really? You're serious about that?
I'm dead serious. Like the government or somebody came out, they were involved with the government and said that they want to seek independence from Denmark and they want to entertain the offer to be bought.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to put out my opinion on this. We have U.S. bases there already with very long leases. We're friendly with the Danes because Greenland, by the way, y'all, technically isn't an independent country. It's actually a territory of Denmark. It's a semi-autonomous one, but I just don't see the point. Like, I don't. Like, if it ended up being an overseas U.S. territory, I'd be fine with it. But if some goofball tried to turn it into the 51st U.S. state, I have a problem with it. There's hardly anyone there. I mean, there's like, I think 40,000 people living in Greenland. It doesn't even constitute a state, like, as far as population is concerned. So, like, I find it to be goofy. I'll be honest with y'all. If this was being done by anyone, I'd find it to be goofy. I just don't really see the point because we already get the benefits of being in Greenland without having to have Greenland. So that's my take on it. I just don't know what the point of that would be because it doesn't really change anything in our benefit or to our detriment. It just does something to do it.
Everybody seems to want Greenland really badly for some reason. I don't know why, because Denmark wants to keep them under their control. The United States wants to buy Greenland. And, you know, I don't know why, but it's like also Russia, I think, has lobbed around the idea of having Greenland themselves. So it appears to be a very hot topic these days.
Well, Russia could never get Greenland because Greenland it gets NATO protection because it's a territory of Denmark, and Denmark's a part of NATO. So they would never be in the running. You know, they're just running their mouths like they do about Alaska. But with the United States, though, I just don't really see why we would want it, you know? Like, I see a lot of y'all being like, well, it's pristine and, you know, it's neat. I mean, it's not really a good argument, though, to bring in a new territory, you know? It's just land. I mean, we already have the bases there that we need, and they're going to be there forever for the large part. That's never going to change. So I just don't really get what the point is of bringing on a new territory that we have to administer, because to me, it just seems like that would be another tax sink. Like, it's not going to be a big one. I mean, it's not like there's a lot to administer up in Greenland. But, you know, we have to sit there. We have to send out rangers like the Danes do right now. They send out rangers into Greenland to survey the place and protect it from, you know, possible other groups like, you know, Russia. And we have to do all of that administering. We have to do all of the maintenance. We have to subsidize everything up there because you don't make money living in Greenland. Greenland's a money pit. So I just don't really know what the point would be of doing any of that. It just seems to me like it would be a tax sink. So I would say I would be fine with the Danes keeping it and letting them have it as their own personal tax sink because I just don't really see much benefit coming out of it or detriment. It's just like a net neutral. I just don't know why we would do it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who is like the last person? Also, you know what? I'm going to say this really quickly because this is something I've got to say that I just wanted to make a point on. So and also, by the way, I want to make this very clear before I even get into it. I had to pause there to think about it. This isn't political. This is just something where I point out the hypocrisy that people say, because there's a lot of hypocrisy out there, but this is one that has been eating me lately, and I'm like, what is the point? So someone says that they don't like war, like the Ukraine war, right? And they want it to end. But then they talk about annexing Canada and Mexico, either as a joke or seriously, I don't know. But it's like, if we don't like conquest or war or anything, and we just want people to get along, why are we even floating the idea of annexing Canada and Mexico? You know, like that just it's counterintuitive. It's hypocritical to the original claim. Like I'm totally fine. Like if someone said I love war, and I also, by the way, want to annex Canada and Mexico, I'd be like, well, you know, it all makes sense. You know, like it's all the same thought process here. But when you sit there and say, I don't like wars and I just want people to get along, but by the way, I might risk a war with Canada and Mexico by trying to annex them. It's like, what the hell are we, James K. Polk? Are we trying to, like, take Canada and Mexico for the United States? I haven't heard of anything like this since the 1840s. And I've been telling you, I've been around the block a bit. I've been around since the 1840s. And I just, like, that was something where I was like, I don't really get it. It's kind of like how just to make sure to make this fair, just in case someone wants to make this political, because this is a statement about something the president-elect said. The current president also said that he didn't like oil and oil was bad and dangerous and it was going to kill all the birds. And then he approves more drilling licenses than any other president in U.S. history. It's like, what is I'm totally fine with people doing whatever they want. I just want to make that clear on a political standpoint, because both sides have their points. You know, like for better or worse, they both have their points. But I just don't like it when I see hypocrisy, and whenever I see it, I'm like, well, that's just completely throwing whatever was said out the window. Like, I don't like war. By the way, let's annex Canada and Mexico. Or I don't like oil. Let's give out more drilling licenses than ever before. It's like, that's just being a hypocrite. Like, I would like it if people just stayed to their guns. Like, whatever they say, whether the consequences are good or bad, just stick to the guns and keep with them in those instances, because they were major talking points. So backing off on them, if you like actually pay attention, it's like, that's just being hypocritical. But anyways.
Also, by the way, I was just looking here out of curiosity, because when you said Greenland and I started looking at it, I was like, huh, how easy is it to get to Greenland? We might film a video there, like, and see why people want Greenland so bad and go there and take a look at it. But
it's tough. What? It's tough, man. It's expensive.
It's hard as hell to get to Greenland. Like, it's not easy to get there at all. Like, you can fly over to Iceland, to their capital. Then you can try to get a flight on Iceland Air, which is one of the only two airlines that actually flies to Greenland. And then it's like $2,000 a ticket. So it's not easy to get to Greenland at all. It's very hard. So we won't be making that video. That would wipe the profits out and then some. So
yeah,
we would literally be in the net negative on that video just to go take a look around. So I want to pass on that one. But Enforcer, I think we're on to the last question of the night.
I think we are, but also I saw a lot of people laughing and saying, "Oh man, Enforcer's spitting." I'll round that out really quick before we get to the last question. It bothers the hell out of me when I see people say things and then say something opposite, and then people blindly follow them. Because one thing you'll learn in the world, it's not just in the United States, but it's around the world, is that people will blindly follow someone just because they like them. I'm going to just be completely honest with y'all here. It's going to be a fair critique of everyone, but I'm going to be calling them for what they are, like the actual names of the parties.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Man, like, it was going to be fair. It was going to get both of them.
I wouldn't do it.
Man, at this point, I just want to be frank with people and honest. But
man, I wouldn't be Frank. I'll be Kyle. I wouldn't be Frank.
I'll be Jimmy. I'll be Jimmy instead of Frank. But just to round it out, I don't like it when I see hypocrisy and I see that people just blindly follow folks. Like, you know, war is bad except for when we want to annex Canada or Mexico, and oil's bad except if the guy we elected wants to approve more drilling licenses, then it's totally fine. It's like that's not like sticking true to any kind of values or morals. That's just party lining for the sake of party lining, if you know what I mean. Like, that's what annoys me. So hopefully that's a much more neutral way of putting that, but that's how I look at it. Anyways, with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Brittany Coy, who said, any updates on the U.S. drone situation? I haven't heard anything on them in quite a while.
For the large part, I think they've disappeared, if I'm correct, Matthew. I don't think a lot of people are seeing them a lot anymore.
So I don't think they've disappeared, but the reporting on them in the news has just died down completely. But I think there still are some isolated sightings, but it's not as widespread as before.
Yeah, so I think for the large part, they've just kind of disappeared. That's the best answer I can give, because I haven't really heard a lot about them, and a lot of our folks who watch this channel that are up there, I haven't heard them talking about them much either. So I think that the issue is kind of subsided for now, at least from what we can tell. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and we have reached the end of tonight's stream. And I'm going to thank everyone for watching so far tonight. 91,000 people have been here from beginning to end. 10.5 thousand people were here at the peak. And of course, we are always honored and extremely grateful to be able to run the stream for each and every single one of y'all every single day of every single week of every single year. With that in mind, however, I don't know if we'll be here tomorrow. The cough is coughing, and I think I might need to give the voice a day's break and then get back on air, and then we'll be able to run another good show again. But still, thank you all so much once again for watching. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, once again, huge thanks for another great stream tonight. Almost 91,000 people joined us by the end, so a very large stream tonight and a long-lasting stream, and thank you all for smacking that like as well. Also, by the way, if you want to, put in the comments below where you would like to see an in-person enforcer video on some topic. For example, like a documentary style video or even a travel video. Let us know where you would like us to actually make a video at, and we'll definitely take it under consideration because we're currently plotting and planning on that for the future. But with that, folks, thank you all once again, and Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava. And with that, get some rest and good night.